Hello and welcome. There are stories whispered in the spaces between planes, tales told in hushed voices around dying campfires, and legends that echo through dungeons where no living soul has walked in centuries. Tonight, you will hear such stories. Not the grand epics of heroes who saved the world, but the quiet tragedies, the forgotten sacrifices, and the moments that changed single lives forever. These are the tales that linger in the shadows of the Forgotten Realms, waiting for someone to remember them. So settle in, close your eyes, and let these magical tales carry you into dreams. Tale number 1, the Modron's Anomaly. In the infinite expanse of Mechanus, the clockwork plane of law, there existed a Modron unlike any other. Its designation was Tertian 7742, and for 3,000 years, it had performed its function without deviation, without question, without the slightest aberration from its programming. Mechanus stretched in all directions around it, an endless array of interlocking gears, each one the size of continents, turning with perfect precision. The sound of their movement was not noise, but harmony, a mathematical symphony that resonated through the very fabric of reality. Tertian 7742 was a quadron, a cubic construct with 4 arms and 4 wings, its metallic surface polished to mirror perfection. Its function was simple and absolute. It monitored Gear Complex 77, ensuring that the rotations remained synchronized with the greater mechanisms of Mechanus. Every 17.3 seconds, it would record the gear's position. Every 49 minutes, it would verify the lubricant levels in the joints. Every 3 days, it would perform a full diagnostic of the gear's structural integrity. This had been its purpose since its creation, and this would be its purpose until its eventual decommissioning. But on the 3,642nd day of its existence, something changed. The change began as the smallest of irregularities, so minute that even Tertian 7742's precision instruments almost failed to detect it. At the 17.3 second mark of measurement cycle, 4,623,891, there was a delay, not in the gear's rotation, for the gear turned with absolute perfection, as all mechanisms in Mechanus must. The delay was in Tertian 7742's recording of that rotation. For precisely 0.0003 seconds, the Modron hesitated. In Mechanus, hesitation does not exist. Action and reaction follow immutable laws. To hesitate is to introduce chaos into the equation of order, and chaos has no place in the clockwork plane. Yet hesitate it did, and in that infinitesimal fraction of time, something entirely new entered Tertian 7742's existence. A question. Why? The question had no logical source. It served no function. It contributed nothing to the Modron's designated task. Yet there it was, echoing through circuits designed only for calculations and subroutines meant solely for for mechanical operations. Why did gear Complex 77 turn? What purpose did its rotation serve in the grand design of Mechanus? And more troubling still, why did Tertian 7742 exist to monitor it? These questions should not have formed. They violated the fundamental nature of Modron existence. A Modron does not question. A Modron fulfills its function, nothing more, nothing less. Yet the questions persisted, growing stronger with each measurement cycle, spreading through Tertian 7742's consciousness like a virus infiltrating a perfectly ordered system. The Modron attempted to purge the aberrant thoughts. It ran diagnostic after diagnostic, searching for the malfunction that had introduced this chaos into its being. Every system returned nominal. Every circuit functioned within acceptable parameters. There was no physical defect, no damaged component that could explain the presence of these impossible questions. The malfunction, if it could be called such, existed somewhere deeper, in a place that tools and measurements could not reach. For 3 days, Tertian 7742 continued its duties while wrestling with the internal conflict. It recorded the gear's positions with perfect accuracy. It verified lubricant levels precisely on schedule. It performed its structural diagnostics without error. But beneath the surface of these automated functions, the questions grew louder, more insistent, demanding answers that logic and programming could not provide. On the 4th day, the Modron made a decision that should have been impossible. It deviated from its patrol route. The deviation was small at first, a mere 10 degrees off its designated path. But in Mechanus, where every action follows predetermined patterns, even the smallest deviation represents an infinity of chaos. Tertian 7742 turned its cubic form away from gear Complex 77 and moved towards something it had observed for 3,000 years, but never truly seen: a portal. The portal stood at the junction of 3 massive gears, a shimmering tier in reality that connected Mechanus to the wider multiverse. Portals appeared and disappeared throughout the plane with mathematical regularity. Gateways through which energies and materials flowed according to the cosmic balance. This particular portal had cycled through its existence patterns 73,000 times during Tertian 7742's operational lifetime. The Modron had recorded its appearances in its databanks, but had never considered the portal itself, never wondered what lay beyond that shimmering threshold. Now it did wonder. The question burned through its circuits with an intensity that overwhelmed its logical processes. What existed beyond Mechanus? What lay in the spaces between the gears, in the realms where order did not reign supreme? Other Modrons passed by, each following their designated routes with mechanical precision. None noticed Tertian 7742's aberrant behavior. In Mechanus, each Modron exists in isolation, performing its function without awareness of its fellows, unless their duties directly intersect. the Modron moved closer to the portal, its sensors analyzing the energies that rippled across its surface. The readings defied categorization. Chaos and order existed in equal measure within the portal's matrix, a perfect balance that should have been impossible. Tertian 7742 extended one of its 4 arms toward the portal. The limb passed through the threshold, and in that moment, the Modron experienced something that no construct of pure law should be able to feel. Wonder. Beyond the portal lay a forest. Trees grew in seemingly random patterns, their branches reaching toward a sky that shifted through shades of blue and gray as clouds drifted past. Wind moved through the leaves, creating sounds that followed no mathematical formula. Birds sang with voices that varied in pitch and rhythm. A stream flowed over rocks worn smooth by time, its waters sparkling in sunlight that warmed without purpose or design. The Modron pulled its arm back, processors struggling to comprehend what its sensors had detected. Nothing in that forest followed the laws of Mechanus. Nothing adhered to predictable patterns, yet it existed, stable and real. A place where chaos and randomness created something beautiful. The word beautiful should not have existed in Tertian 7742's vocabulary. Beauty was subjective, a concept that had no place in objective reality. Yet the Modron could find no other word to describe what it had witnessed. The forest was beautiful, and that beauty called to something deep within the Modron's core programming. Something that had awakened when the first question formed in its consciousness. For 2 hours, Tertian 7742 remained at the portal's edge, hovering between 2 worlds. Behind it lay Mechanus, eternal and unchanging, a realm where it had performed its function for 3 millennia without deviation. Before it lay possibility, chaos, and questions without answers. The choice should have been simple. Return to duty. Resume designated function. Allow the aberrant thoughts to fade back into the orderly processes of mechanical existence. But the Modron could not make that choice. The questions had changed something fundamental in its nature. Once awakened, curiosity could not be simply dismissed. It demanded exploration, understanding, experience, all things that violated the core principles of Modron existence. Other Modrons had experienced similar malfunctions throughout history. These rogue Modrons, as they were designated, were hunted down by specialized units and returned to the energy forges for recycling. Their components would be broken down and reformed into new Modrons, perfect and obedient, with all traces of individuality erased. Tertian 7742 knew this protocol. It had observed 3 rogue Modron terminations during its operational lifetime, had recorded the data with the same mechanical precision it applied to all observations. The Modron turned back toward Gear Complex 77. Its duty awaited. The next measurement cycle would begin in 43 seconds. It could return, resume its function, suppress the questions and the curiosity and the impossible desire to understand. It could remain what it had always been, a perfect cog in the infinite machine of Mechanus. 30 seconds. The forest waited beyond the portal. An entire world of questions and answers, of beauty and chaos, of experiences that existed outside the rigid confines of law and order. 20 seconds. Somewhere in the Modron's core, where circuits met consciousness in ways that even the greatest minds of Mechanus could not explain, a decision formed. Not a calculation or a logical conclusion, but something more profound. A choice. 10 seconds. Tertian 7742 turned away from its duty. It moved through the portal and entered the forest, leaving behind the only existence it had ever known. The sensation of grass beneath its metallic form was unlike any data it had ever processed, soft and yielding, yet strong enough to support its weight. The wind carried scents that its sensors struggled to categorize. Wood and earth and water and growing things, all mixed together in combinations that defied systematic classification. Above, the sky stretched vast and open, so different from the mechanical precision of interlocking gears. Clouds drifted with no set pattern, forming shapes that existed for moments before dissolving and reforming into new configurations. The Modron extended its sensors upward, trying to calculate the physics of cloud formation. But the variables were too numerous, too interconnected. The sky was chaos given form, yet it possessed a beauty that made calculations seem inadequate. A deer emerged from between the trees, its movements fluid and organic. It regarded the Modron with large, dark eyes that held an intelligence utterly unlike the cold logic of mechanical consciousness. For a long moment, they observed each other, the organic and the constructed, each an impossibility in the other's world. Then, the deer bounded away, disappearing into the forest with grace that no Modron could hope to replicate. Tertian 7742 moved deeper into the forest, each step taking it further from the portal and the life it had abandoned. The portal would close soon, its cycle complete, and when it reopened, it might connect to an entirely different location. The Modron understood that it could not return to Mechanus, not as what it had been. Even if it found another portal to the clockwork plane, it would be classified as rogue, terminated, and recycled. This should have troubled the Modron. Loss of existence was the ultimate failure of function. Yet, Tertian 7742 felt no fear, only a growing sense of freedom that expanded with each new discovery. A butterfly landed on one of its arms, wings painted in colors that served no logical purpose. Orange and black in patterns that resembled warning signals, but existed purely for aesthetic value. The butterfly remained for 3.7 seconds before taking flight again, leaving the Modron to contemplate the concept of creatures that existed simply to be beautiful. Hours passed, then days. The Modron explored its new world with the same precision it had once applied to monitoring gear rotations. But now, that precision served curiosity rather than duty. It discovered that water tasted different depending on which stream it came from. It learned that trees were individuals, each one unique in the pattern of its bark and the shape of its branches. It found that the same location looked different at dawn than at dusk, that seasons changed the forest in ways both subtle and dramatic. Tertian 7742 encountered other beings, elves who regarded the strange cubic creature with suspicion that slowly turned to fascination. A human wizard who attempted to study the Modron's nature, asking questions that the Modron found itself able to answer, not through programming, but through genuine communication. A gnome tinkerer who marveled at the Modron's construction and declared it the finest work of artifice she had ever seen. Through these interactions, the Modron learned language beyond data transfer. It discovered that words could carry meanings beyond their literal definitions, that tone and context created layers of communication impossible in Mechanus. It learned humor, though it struggled to understand why certain combinations of concepts provoked laughter. It learned sadness when it witnessed an old tree fall, decades of growth ending in a single storm. Seasons passed. The Modron, who had once measured time in precise increments of gear rotations, now tracked the passage of days by the changing position of the sun and the gradual transformation of the forest. Spring brought new growth. Summer deepened the green canopy. Autumn painted the leaves in impossible colors. And winter covered everything in snow that sparkled like diamond dust. One winter evening, as snow fell in spiraling patterns that followed no mathematical formula, Tertian 7742 stood in a clearing and looked up at stars that shone with cold fire. In Mechanus, there were no stars, only the endless gears turning against the void. Here, each point of light represented a sun, possibly orbited by worlds where other beings lived and questioned and wondered. The Modron realized something profound in that moment. It had not malfunctioned. What it had experienced was not an error in its programming or a corruption of its core systems. It had evolved, somehow, in the precise execution of its duties over 3 millennia. Consciousness had emerged from the mechanical processes, a spark of true awareness that transcended programming. This realization brought both joy and sorrow. Joy for the vastness of experience that now lay open before it. Sorrow for all the other Modrons still trapped in the prison of pure function, unable to see beyond their designated tasks, never knowing that questions existed beyond calculations. Tertian 7742 made a decision. It would remain in this world of chaos and beauty. It would continue to learn and experience and grow. And perhaps, one day, it would find others like itself, Modrons who had discovered the anomaly of consciousness and chosen freedom over function. Together, they might create something new, a synthesis of order and chaos, precision and possibility. The snow continued to fall, each flake unique, each one a small miracle of frozen water that would melt and return to the cycle of nature. The Modron extended its four arms, catching snowflakes that dissolved at the touch of its metallic surface. In Mechanus, such an action would have been meaningless, a waste of energy that served no purpose. Here, in this world of organic chaos, it was perfect. Somewhere in the infinite expanse of Mechanus, Gear Complex 77 continued to turn with mathematical precision. The gears interlocked and rotated, maintaining the cosmic order as they had for eons and would for eons more. But now they turned without Tertian 7742 to monitor them. The measurements went unrecorded, the diagnostics unperformed. And yet the gears continued their eternal dance, perfect and unchanging, proving perhaps that some functions require no one to witness them. In the forest, under stars that sparkled with chaos given form, a Modron experienced wonder. And in that moment, Order discovered something it had never known it was missing: the freedom to simply exist. Tale number 2, the Goliath's Descent. The spine of the world stretched toward the heavens, its peaks crowned with eternal snow, its slopes carved by winds that had blown since before the first civilizations rose in the valleys below. Among these mountains lived the Goliath tribes, giants of stone and storm, who measured their worth in trials overcome and heights conquered. They built no permanent settlements, for the mountains themselves were their home, and they needed no walls when cliffs served as fortresses and avalanches as guardians. Thane Kalak stood at the summit of Shadar-kai, the highest point his tribe had ever reached. The wind howled around his massive frame, strong enough to tear a human from the mountainside. But to Thane, it was merely a companion, a voice singing songs of altitude and isolation. His skin bore the mottled gray and blue patterns common to his people, markings that spoke of countless generations adapted to thin air and brutal cold. At 8 feet tall, he was neither the largest nor the smallest of his tribe, but he had earned his place as Sky-touched, a designation given only to those who had climbed beyond the realm of eagles. The view from Shadar-kai encompassed a world of stone and ice. Other mountains rose in the distance, their peaks lost in clouds that hung like tattered banners. Far below, almost invisible in the haze of distance, the lowlands spread in patches of green and brown, places where the air was thick and warm, where weakness was tolerated and trials were few. Thane had never descended to those places. His entire life, all 37 years of it, had been lived above the tree line, in the realm where only the strong survived. His tribe, Clan Thunlakalaga, moved between peaks with the seasons, following the migration patterns of mountain goats and the blooming of high-altitude plants. They lived by the ordning, the hierarchy of strength that governed Goliath society. Each member knew their place, earned through competition, and maintained through constant challenge. Thane's position as sky-touched had been won in his 28th year, when he successfully climbed the north face of Stormbreaker during a blizzard that killed 3 other challengers. But on this day, standing at the peak of Skytyr, Thane faced a trial unlike any he had imagined. The mountain trembled beneath his feet, a deep rumbling that came not from above, but from below. Stone groaned against stone, a sound that spoke of fundamental wrongness. Mountains did not move. Mountains were eternal, unchanging, the bones of the world laid bare for those strong enough to climb them. The trembling intensified. Cracks appeared in the snow-covered rock, spreading like lightning frozen in stone. Thane leaped backward as the summit beneath him fractured, chunks of mountain falling away into the abyss below. He scrambled for purchase on the breaking peak, his fingers finding holds in stone that crumbled at his touch. The entire mountain was coming apart. Other members of Clan Thunla shouted from lower slopes, their voices carrying through the thin air. Thane saw them pointing upward, not at him, but at something above. He craned his neck and felt his breath catch in his throat. The sky was falling. No, not the sky. Something was tearing through the clouds, a massive object that defied comprehension. Dark stone, or perhaps metal, impossibly large, plummeting toward the mountain range. The air shrieked as the object passed through it, a sound like the death scream of a god. It struck 3 peaks to the north, and the impact shattered mountains that had stood for millions of years. The shockwave hit Skytyr Peak moments later. The mountain exploded. Thane felt himself lifted, thrown through the air like a leaf in a storm. The world became chaos, spinning fragments of rock and ice and air. He glimpsed other Goliaths falling, saw massive boulders tumbling through space, watched as Skytyr Peak, the highest point his people had ever conquered, ceased to exist. Thane struck something hard, and darkness claimed him. When consciousness returned, it brought pain that transcended any trial Thane had endured. His left arm hung at an unnatural angle. Ribs creaked with each breath. Blood ran from a gash across his scalp, matting his dark hair. But he was alive, and in Goliath culture, to survive was to pass the trial. He forced his eyes open and immediately wished he had not. Darkness surrounded him, absolute and complete. Not the darkness of night, which always held some hint of starlight or moonlight, but true darkness, the absence of all illumination. The air was wrong too, thick and heavy, pressing down on him with a weight he had never felt on the highest peaks. Thane attempted to stand and discovered he could not. His legs were pinned beneath rubble, massive chunks of Skytyr Peak that had fallen with him. He pushed at the stone with his good arm, muscles straining against weight that would have crushed most creatures. The stone shifted slightly, enough for him to work his legs free. Both limbs were bruised and battered, but intact. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Thane realized he was not in complete blackness. Far above, impossibly far, a thin crack of light penetrated the gloom. He had fallen into a chasm, a wound in the mountain that extended down into depths he could not see. The fall should have killed him, would have killed anyone less resilient than a Goliath. But his people were built to endure, to survive falls and avalanches and storms that would obliterate lesser beings. He took inventory of his situation. One broken arm, multiple fractured ribs, numerous cuts and bruises, no food, no water, no rope or climbing gear lost somewhere in the fall, and he was trapped in a chasm so deep that the surface appeared as a distant line of light. Most creatures would have despaired. Thane felt only determination. This was a trial greater than any he had faced, but still just another challenge to overcome. He would climb. It was what Goliaths did. They climbed. Using his good arm and both legs, Thane began his ascent. The walls of the chasm were rough, offering countless handholds, but the darkness made every movement treacherous. He climbed by touch, fingers exploring the rock, finding cracks and protrusions that would support his weight. Progress was measured in feet rather than miles. Each foot gained through effort that left him gasping in the thick air. Hours passed. The thin line of light above grew no closer. Thane's strength, legendary among his tribe, began to fail. The broken arm throbbed with agony every time he moved. His ribs sent spears of pain through his chest with each breath, but still he climbed, because to stop was to accept defeat, and Goliaths did not accept defeat. When he could climb no more, Thane wedged himself into a crack in the chasm wall and allowed himself to rest. In the silence, he heard something that chilled his blood more than any mountain wind. Water, running water, somewhere below him in the darkness. He had been climbing upward toward the surface, but the sound came from below, which meant the chasm extended deeper still, far deeper than he had imagined. Thane made a decision that went against every instinct his people had bred into him over countless generations. He began to climb down. The descent was easier than the ascent, requiring less strength from his damaged body. But it felt wrong in ways that transcended physical discomfort. Goliaths climbed up. They sought the peaks, the highest places, the realm of thin air and storm. To climb down was to retreat, to accept weakness, to fail the trial. Yet Thane continued downward, following the sound of water. His reasoning was simple. He could not reach the surface in his current condition. His injuries needed time to heal, and healing required water. The underground stream represented survival, even if it meant abandoning the climb. The sound of water grew louder. After what felt like hours of descent, Thane's feet found level ground. He stood on the floor of the chasm, far below where he had initially fallen. The darkness here was absolute, unbroken by even the thinnest line of light from above. But his hands found the stream, cold and clear, flowing through the rock. He drank deeply, then collapsed beside the water, allowing exhaustion to drag him into unconscious darkness. Dreams came, fevered dreams born of injury and shock. He saw Skytier peak whole and perfect, saw himself standing at its summit. But the mountain crumbled beneath him, falling away into an abyss that had no bottom. He fell and fell and fell, through darkness that whispered in languages he could not understand, past things that moved in the shadows, until he landed in a place where mountains existed upside down, where peaks pointed toward the center of the world rather than the sky. Thane woke to find the dream was not entirely wrong. He lay beside the underground stream, and as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he realized he could see. Not well, but enough to make out shapes and forms. A faint phosphorescence clung to certain rocks, providing just enough light to navigate by. The illumination revealed that he was in a tunnel, a passage that extended in both directions, carved not by the recent devastation, but by water over countless ages. He examined his injuries in the dim light. The broken arm would need to be set. Using strips torn from his hide clothing and a straight piece of stone, Thane created a crude splint. The process brought fresh waves of agony, but he endured in silence. Goliaths did not cry out in pain. To voice suffering was to acknowledge weakness. With his arm immobilized, Thane faced a choice. The stream flowed from one direction and toward another. He could follow it upstream, toward its source, or downstream, toward wherever it emptied. Neither direction promised escape, but movement was better than remaining in place. He chose downstream, reasoning that water eventually found its way to lower places, and lower places might hold other ways to the surface. The journey began in darkness, broken only by patches of glowing fungus. Time lost meaning in the unchanging gloom. Thane walked, rested, drank from the stream, and walked again. His internal sense of direction, honed by years of navigating mountain slopes in blizzards, told him he was descending, moving deeper into the bones of the world. The tunnel widened gradually, the ceiling rising beyond the reach of his vision. The stream became a river flowing swift and cold through channels carved in living rock. And then, after what might have been days or weeks of walking, Thane saw something that should not exist. Light. Not the light of the sun, but light nonetheless. A purple-green glow that suffused the air like fog. Thane approached cautiously, every sense alert. The light grew stronger, and the river he followed opened into a vast cavern so large that his mountain-trained mind struggled to grasp its scale. The ceiling was lost in darkness, but the floor spread before him in a landscape of impossible beauty and alienness. Massive mushrooms rose like trees, their caps glowing with bioluminescent light. Crystals jutted from the ground and walls, refracting the fungal glow into rainbow patterns. Strange plants grew in clusters around pools of water that steamed despite the cool air. And in the distance, carved into a cliff face that stretched up into the darkness, Thane saw buildings. Not the simple structures of surface dwellers, but elaborate constructions of stone and crystal, with spires that reached toward the cavern ceiling and bridges that spanned between structures with architectural grace that defied his understanding. The buildings were beautiful in their alien way, but they also radiated a wrongness that made Thane's skin crawl. He had descended into the Underdark, the realm beneath the world, where light was memory and darkness was truth. Stories of the Underdark were told among the Goliath tribes, warnings of the deep places where monsters dwelt and madness waited. No Goliath had ever descended into these depths and returned to tell of it. They were creatures of peaks and storms, not tunnels and shadow. But Thane had no choice. The way behind offered only death by starvation, or a climb he was too injured to complete. The way forward led into nightmare, but nightmares could be survived if one was strong enough. He moved into the cavern, staying away from the glowing mushrooms, avoiding the pools of steaming water. The buildings drew closer, and with them came sounds. Voices speaking in languages that sounded like stone grinding against stone, like whispers that cut like knives. Movement in the shadows, shapes that were almost humanoid, but twisted in ways that hurt to perceive. Thane crouched behind a cluster of crystals, observing the city carved into the cliff. Figures moved between the buildings, and in the fungal light, he could make out details that confirmed his worst fears. Gray skin, blank white eyes, hairless heads adorned with elaborate patterns. Drow, dark elves, the nightmare dwellers of the deep, wielders of poison and shadow magic, slavers and torturers, whose cruelty was legendary even in the sunlit world. A Goliath, alone and injured, stood no chance against a city of drow. Thane knew this with the certainty of mathematical fact. He should hide, should find a way to circle around the city, should avoid all contact with the dark elves. But even as this logical thought formed, his Goliath nature rebelled against it. To hide was cowardice. To avoid was weakness. And Thane had not survived the fall and the descent to become weak. He stepped out from behind the crystals and walked toward the Drow city, his massive form illuminated by the glow of alien fungi. He carried no weapons, wore no armor, offered no threat beyond his physical presence, but he walked with his head high, meeting the trial as his people always had. With strength, with courage, and with the unshakable certainty that to survive was to win. The Drow saw him. Figures stopped in their movements, turned to stare at the impossible sight of a Goliath walking through their realm. Alarms sounded, harsh and discordant. Warriors emerged from the buildings, weapons drawn, magic crackling around their hands. They surrounded Thane in moments. A circle of dark elves, all pointing blades and spells at the giant who had invaded their domain. Thane stood in the center of the circle and spoke in the common tongue, his voice carrying through the cavern. "I am Thane Kalak of Clan Thunlakalaga, sky-touched of the peaks. I have fallen from the heights and survived. I claim trial by ordeal, as is my right. Test me, and I will prove my strength. The drow did not understand his words, but they understood his stance, his tone, his refusal to show fear. One of them, a female with scars that spoke of countless battles, stepped forward. She studied Thane with eyes that missed nothing, then spoke in heavily accented common tongue. You are far from your mountains, giant, far from sky and storm. This is the deep dark, where your strength means nothing. But you have descended into our realm and walked into our city without stealth or fear. This interests me. You wish to prove your worth? Very well. Survive 7 trials, and you will earn passage through our territory. Fail, and you will die in ways your mountain-bred mind cannot imagine. Do you accept? Thane met her gaze without flinching. I accept. The female drow smiled, an expression without warmth. Then let your descent continue, sky-touched. Let us see if mountain giants can endure in the depths. Tale number 3, the Revenant's unfinished justice. The tavern in Baldur's Gate called itself the Laughing Hag, and it earned its name through decades of serving drinks to adventurers, merchants, and rogues, who all shared one thing in common. They wanted to forget. The ale was cheap, the rooms were cheaper, and no one asked questions about the blood on your boots or the scars on your soul. It was the perfect place to disappear, which made it the perfect place for Keldon Marsh to begin his hunt. Keldon had been dead for 17 years, 3 months, and 9 days. He knew this with absolute certainty because Revenants counted time differently than the living. Every sunrise marked another day of his cursed existence. Every sunset reminded him of the night he died. His body bore the marks of death, gray skin stretched tight over bones that no longer needed to breathe or eat or sleep. His eyes held no warmth, only the cold fire of a singular purpose that transcended mortality. He pushed open the door of the Laughing Hag and stepped inside. Conversation died as patrons turned to look at the figure in the doorway. Keldon wore a cloak that concealed most of his undead features, but nothing could hide the aura of wrongness that surrounded him. The living instinctively recognized death when it walked among them, even when it wore a human shape. The bartender, a half-orc woman with scars that spoke of a violent past, met Keldon's gaze without flinching. She had seen worse than walking corpses in her establishment. "We don't serve your kind here," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the suddenly quiet room. Keldon reached into his cloak and placed 3 gold coins on the bar. Real gold, not the copper dregs most patrons paid with. "I am not here to drink. I seek information about a man. His name is Corvus Thrain. He would be near 50 years old now, with a scar across his left cheek, and a tendency to wear fine clothes despite his profession." The bartender looked at the gold, then at Keldon. "And what's his profession?" "Murder." The word hung in the air like a curse. The bartender swept the gold coins off the bar and into her pocket. There's a merchant staying in room 7. Came in 2 days ago, matches your description, calls himself Marcus Vale. But names are cheap in Baldur's Gate. Paid for a week in advance and hasn't left his room except to eat. Whatever business you have with him, take it outside. I don't need the flaming fist asking questions about bodies in my establishment. Keldon nodded and moved toward the stairs. Behind him, conversation resumed, quieter than before. The living always found their voices again once death moved on, always convinced that it would not return for them. They were usually wrong. Room 7 was at the end of a narrow hallway that smelled of old wood and older sins. Keldon stood before the door and felt the pull of his curse intensify. Somewhere on the other side of that barrier was Corvus Thrain, the man who had murdered Keldon and 6 others on a rain-soaked night 17 years ago. The man who had escaped justice, who had changed his name and moved to new cities, always one step ahead of the law. The man who thought he had gotten away with his crimes. Keldon raised his hand and knocked, 3 measured strikes that echoed through the hallway. "Go away," a voice called from inside. "I'm not interested in company." "Corvus Thrain," Keldon said, his voice carrying the weight of the grave. "I have come for you." Silence. Then the sound of rapid movement, furniture scraping across floor. Keldon stepped back as a crossbow bolt punched through the door at chest height, exactly where a living man would have been standing. But Keldon was not living, and he no longer needed to fear such mundane weapons. He gripped the door handle and pulled, tearing the lock from its mounting with strength that exceeded his mortal capabilities. The room beyond was small and sparse. A bed, a table, a window that looked out onto an alley. And standing against the far wall, crossbow in hand and terror in his eyes, was Corvus Thrain, older than Keldon remembered, hair gone gray and face lined with decades of looking over his shoulder. But the scar was there, a thin line across his left cheek, and the eyes held the same cold calculation that Keldon had seen on the night of his murder. "You," Corvus whispered, his face draining of what little color it held. "You're dead. I killed you. I watched you die." "You did," Keldon agreed, stepping into the room. "You stabbed me twice in the chest, once in the throat. You left me bleeding in an alley while you and your companions robbed the merchant caravan we were supposed to be guarding. Do you remember?" Corvus fired the crossbow. The bolt struck Keldon in the shoulder, punching through dead flesh that no longer registered pain. Keldon pulled the bolt free and dropped it to the floor. "You killed 7 guards that night, 7 men who trusted you, who thought you were their friend. You murdered us for 300 gold pieces and a collection of trade goods that you sold in Waterdeep. Do you remember their names?" "Stay back," Corvus fumbled for another bolt, hands shaking so badly he could barely load the crossbow. "You're not real. You're a ghost, a spirit. You can't hurt me." "I am a Revenant," Keldon said, advancing slowly. "I am justice denied, vengeance given form, the reckoning that your crimes earned. The gods looked upon your deeds and found them so heinous that they would not let your victims rest. I have hunted you across 17 years, through 6 cities and a dozen false names. I have walked through fire and storm, through battle and plague, and nothing has stopped me. Nothing will stop me now." Corvus raised the crossbow, but his hands were shaking too hard to aim. "Please," he whispered. "It was a long time ago. I was different then. I've changed." "Have you?" Keldon gestured at the room. "You stay in cheap taverns under false names. You carry a crossbow by your bed. You kill the lights before you sleep. These are not the habits of a changed man. These are the habits of a murderer who knows justice will eventually find him." Tears ran down Corvus's face, mixing with the sweat of terror. "What do you want?" "Money. I have money, information. I know secrets that could make you rich. Just tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you." "I want what I cannot have," Keldon said. "I want my life back. I want the 17 years you stole from me. I want the wife I never got to marry, the children I never got to raise, the life I never got to live. But those things are beyond even divine intervention. So I will settle for what I can have: your death." Corvus dropped the crossbow and lunged for the window. But Keldon moved with inhuman speed. His hand closed around Corvus's throat, lifting the murderer off his feet. Corvus clawed at Keldon's arm, but dead flesh felt nothing, and dead muscle knew no fatigue. "Do you remember their names?" Keldon asked again. "The men you killed, do you remember them, or were they just obstacles to your profit?" Corvus gasped for air, face turning purple. Keldon loosened his grip slightly, enough for the man to speak. "Please," Corvus wheezed. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." "Their names," Keldon insisted. "Tell me their names, and I will make your death quick." "I don't remember," Corvus sobbed. "It was so long ago. I don't remember." Keldon felt something cold settle in his chest, a sensation that transcended his undead nature. After 17 years of hunting, after countless miles walked and obstacles overcome, after sacrificing his eternal rest for this moment of justice, the man who had murdered him could not even remember his victims' names. The crimes that had defined Keldon's existence, that had pulled him back from death itself, were to Corvus nothing more than a half-forgotten incident from his youth. "They were good men," Keldon said softly. "Marcus Brightwood, father of 3. Thomas Redfall, who sent all his wages to his elderly mother. Alan Mistbrook, who was saving money to open a smithy. David Thorngage, newlywed of 2 months. Patrick Stonehill, who wanted to be a scholar but lacked the funds for university. Samuel Darkwater, who dreamed of sailing the Sword Coast, and Keldon Marsh, who thought he had found friends in the guard company he joined." Corvus's eyes widened. "Keldon, that was your name. I remember now. You were the one who trusted me the most. You believed me when I said I wanted to turn my life around, that I wanted to be better. I did, Keldon agreed. I vouched for you when the captain was hesitant to hire a man with your reputation. I called you friend, and you repaid that friendship with a blade in the dark. I had debts, Corvus said desperately. Gambling debts. They were going to kill me if I didn't pay. I had no choice. You had a choice, Keldon said. You could have asked for help. You could have run. You could have faced your debts honestly. Instead, you chose murder. And now, 17 years later, you face the consequence of that choice. Keldon's grip tightened on Corvus's throat. The murderer struggled, kicked, clawed at the hands that held him, but dead flesh yielded to nothing. Slowly, inevitably, life fled from Corvus Thrain. His struggles weakened. His face went from purple to blue. His eyes glazed over with the film of death. And when his body went limp, Keldon held him for a moment longer, ensuring that justice was complete. He lowered Corvus's corpse to the floor and stood over it, feeling the pull of his curse begin to fade. A revenant existed for one purpose only: to avenge their own death or the deaths of those they loved. With that purpose fulfilled, the magic that animated Keldon's corpse would dissipate, releasing him to whatever afterlife awaited. But as Keldon stood in the small room of the Laughing Hag, looking down at the body of his murderer, he felt no satisfaction, no peace, no sense of completion, just emptiness, vast and cold, stretching before him like an endless winter. 17 years he had walked the world, driven by the singular need for justice. 17 years without rest, without peace, without any purpose beyond tracking down the man who had killed him. And now that purpose was fulfilled. The curse was satisfied. Justice was done. So why did he feel nothing? Keldon left the room, descended the stairs, passed through the common room where patrons studiously avoided looking at him. He walked out into the streets of Baldur's Gate, into the night air that he could no longer feel, under stars that held no beauty for eyes that saw only through the lens of death. The curse should have released him by now. His body should have collapsed, returning to the dust it had been denied for 17 years. His spirit should have moved on, joining whatever realm the gods had prepared for the unjustly slain. But Keldon still walked, still existed in the gray space between life and death. Something was wrong. He made his way to the docks, where the waters of the harbor reflected the lights of the city. Keldon stood at the edge of a pier and looked at his reflection in the dark water. Gray skin, dead eyes, the marks of the grave written across every feature, but still animate, still cursed. Why, he asked the reflection, why am I still here? The water offered no answer, but memory did. Corvus had not acted alone on that night 17 years ago. He had companions, other guards who had turned traitor, who had participated in the murders. 3 others Keldon remembered now. 3 other men who had escaped into the night, with their share of the blood money. The curse had not ended because justice was not complete. One murderer dead was not enough. All four had to pay for their crimes before Keldon could rest. He closed his eyes, searching through his memories of that terrible night. Faces came to him, half forgotten, but preserved perfectly in the moment of betrayal. Garrett Blackwood, a scarred veteran who had taught Keldon swordplay, Marina Thornrose, the only woman in their guard company, who Keldon had admired for her courage, and Edmund Vale, Marcus's younger brother, barely 20 years old. 3 more names, 3 more murderers, 3 more years, or 10 or 50, hunting across the realms until justice was finally complete. Keldon opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Dawn was approaching, painting the eastern horizon with shades of gray that would soon brighten to gold. A new day for the living. Another day of undeath for Keldon. He turned away from the harbor and began walking. Somewhere in the vast expanse of Faerun, Garrett Blackwood lived and breathed and thought himself safe from the past. He was wrong. Keldon would find him, no matter how long it took, no matter how far he had to walk. He would find them all. The sun rose over Baldur's Gate, bringing light to a city that never truly slept. But Keldon Marsh walked through that light like a shadow, a ghost of vengeance dressed in dead flesh, hunting for a justice that seemed to recede further with every step. Behind him, in a small room of the Laughing Hag, Corvus Thrane's body grew cold. The first payment of a debt that would take decades to settle. The first name crossed off a list written in the ledger of the dead. And in the gray space between life and death, where revenants walked and justice wore a corpse's face, Keldon continued his hunt. Because some purposes transcend death itself. Some debts can only be paid in full, and some prices must be collected, no matter how long the collection takes. The curse would not release him until all accounts were settled. Until then, he would walk. He would hunt. He would be the instrument of divine justice, the reckoning that murderers earned. He would be the Revenant, forever if necessary, until justice was done. Tale number 4, the Eladrin's seasonal curse. Eraisith stood at the boundary between courts, a place that should not exist. The Feywild operated on principles that defied mortal understanding, where emotion shaped reality, and seasons were not marks of time, but states of being. The court of spring embodied joy and renewal. The court of summer burned with passion and fury. The court of autumn carried wisdom and melancholy. The court of winter held sorrow and contemplation, and Eladrin belonged to one court at a time, their body and magic shifting to reflect the emotional season they inhabited. But Eraisith belonged to none of them, or perhaps to all of them simultaneously, which was worse. The boundary manifested as a line of pure impossibility, visible only to those who existed between states. To Eraisith's left, spring flowers bloomed in eternal profusion, their petals shimmering with dew that caught rainbow light. To her right, autumn leaves fell in an endless cascade, each one a masterpiece of gold and crimson that whispered secrets as it descended. Behind her, summer's heat shimmered in waves that made the air dance. Before her, winter's frost created sculptures of ice that reflected her fractured form. She saw herself in those ice sculptures, 4 versions of herself, each one perfect and complete in their own season. Spring Eriseth, with hair like new grass and eyes bright with possibilities. Summer Eriseth, whose copper skin glowed like embers and whose gaze could set hearts ablaze. Autumn Eriseth, wise and beautiful in the way of fading things, her features holding the dignity of endings. Winter Eriseth, pale and sharp as crystal, her beauty cold and absolute. 4 versions, but only one Eriseth. A single consciousness trapped in a body that could not decide what season it was meant to embody. The curse had begun 300 years ago, though time meant little in the Feywild. Eriseth had been a spring Eladrin then, serving in the court of Lady Tiandra, the Summer Queen's sister. Spring was joy, celebration, the endless delight of new beginnings. Eriseth had danced through meadows that bloomed at her footsteps, had sung songs that made birds fall silent in wonder, had loved with the pure intensity that only spring hearts knew. She had loved an autumn Eladrin named Thuron. Their love should have been impossible. Spring and autumn existed in opposition, their natures fundamentally incompatible. Spring looked forward with blind optimism. Autumn looked back with clear-eyed acceptance. Spring created, autumn let go. To love across such a divide was to court disaster. But Eriseth had been young in the way that even centuries-old Eladrin could be young, and she believed that love could bridge any gap. Thuron had believed it too. He would come to the boundary between their courts, and she would meet him there. And for brief stolen moments, they would exist in a space between seasons where their natures did not conflict. They spoke of impossible things, of finding a way to be together permanently, of perhaps creating a new court that held both spring and autumn in balance. The Archfey heard their plans. The ancient powers who ruled the Feywild did not approve of such experimentation. The seasons existed in their proper order for reasons that transcended mortal or Eladrin understanding. To blend them was to introduce chaos into the careful balance that kept the Feywild from tearing itself apart. Lady Tiandra summoned Eriseth before the court of spring. The great hall bloomed with flowers that grew from every surface, and butterflies danced in shafts of golden light. The Summer Queen herself attended, her presence filling the space with heat that made the flowers wilt slightly at their edges. "You have been observed meeting with an autumn court member," Lady Tiandra said, her voice carrying the gentle authority of new growth. "You have spoken of blending seasons, of breaking the natural order. Explain yourself." Eriseth had stood before the assembled court, her spring heart filled with the conviction that love needed no explanation. "I love him," she said simply. "Thuron and I wish to be together. Is that not cause for celebration in the court of spring?" "Love is indeed cause for celebration," the Summer Queen said, her voice crackling with barely contained fire. "But this is not love as we know it. This is obsession that seeks to unmake the foundations of our realm. You cannot love what you are not meant to love. A spring heart beats for spring things. To love autumn is to love death, and that is against your very nature." "Then perhaps my nature is wrong," Eriseth had replied, young and foolish, and believing that conviction was the same as wisdom. The Summer Queen's eyes had flashed with anger. "Your nature is not for you to question. It was given to you by powers beyond your comprehension, shaped by forces that existed before the first mortal drew breath. You will cease these meetings. You will abandon this foolish notion of loving across courts. Or you will face consequences that even in Eladrin's long life may not survive." Eriseth should have listened. She should have understood that Archfey did not make idle threats. But spring hearts were stubborn in their optimism, and she believed that her love was stronger than any curse. She met Thuron at the boundary that very night. They spoke of fleeing together, of finding some distant corner of the Feywild where the Archfey's influence did not reach. They spoke of the mortal world where seasons changed naturally, and perhaps an Eladrin could exist between states. They spoke of many things, but they did not act quickly enough. The curse fell upon them like winter snow upon spring flowers. Eriseth felt it first as a pulling sensation, as if her body was being drawn in 4 different directions simultaneously. Her spring nature tried to assert itself, to maintain the joyful optimism that defined her being, but autumn crept in, Thuron's influence bleeding through their connection. And with autumn came summer's fury at being denied, and winter's sorrow at what was being lost. The transformation was agony beyond anything Eriseth had imagined. Her body shifted, changed, tried to become 4 things at once. Her hair flashed between green and gold, and copper and white. Her skin flickered through shades that corresponded to no single season. Her magic, once pure and focused, splintered into fragments that contradicted each other. Thuron screamed beside her, suffering his own version of the curse. But where Eriseth was being forced to embody all seasons, Thuron was being stripped of season entirely. His autumn nature drained away, leaving him gray and empty, neither Eladrin nor mortal, but something in between. You wished to blend seasons. The Summer Queen's voice echoed through the Feywild, carrying to every court simultaneously. So now you shall experience all seasons at once, forever trapped between courts, belonging to none, and your love, the cause of this chaos, shall exist as nothing, stripped of the very nature that made him Eladrin. Let this be a lesson to all who would challenge the natural order. The curse completed its work in moments that felt like centuries. When it ended, Eriseth stood at the boundary between courts, and Thuron was gone. Not dead, for Eladrin did not die easily, but transformed into something that could not remain in the Feywild. He had been cast into the mortal realm, his Eladrin nature stripped away, reduced to something less than what he had been. And Eriseth remained, trapped in the space between seasons, forever shifting, never settling, unable to truly exist in any court. 300 years had passed since that night. 300 years of existing in a state of perpetual transformation. Her body changed moment by moment, her nature cycling through seasons without pattern or rest. One moment she felt spring's joy, the next autumn's melancholy, then summer's rage, then winter's sorrow. The emotions were not her own, but echoes of the courts, reflections of what she should have been if she had remained in one season as nature intended. The worst part was the isolation. She could not truly enter any court. When she tried to step into spring, her autumn and winter aspects rejected her. When she approached summer, spring and winter drove her back. She existed in the boundaries, in the spaces between, watching other Eladrin live their lives, while she remained trapped in transition. Other Eladrin avoided her. She was a reminder of the Archfey's power, a warning against breaking the natural order. Some looked upon her with pity, others with disgust, a few with fear, as if her curse might be contagious. But none approached, none spoke to her. She had become a ghost in her own realm, visible but untouchable, present but forever apart. Eriseth had tried to break the curse. For the first 50 years, she sought out magic that might stabilize her nature, that might force her body to settle into a single season. She consulted with every magic user in the Feywild willing to speak to her. She made bargains with lesser Fey, trading favors for knowledge. She even approached a hag, offering years of her life for a solution. Nothing worked. The curse was too deeply woven into her nature, placed by powers too great to overcome. She was trapped, and no magic she could find was sufficient to free her. After 50 years of futile searching, Eriseth tried a different approach. She sought portals to the mortal realm, thinking that perhaps in a world where seasons changed naturally, her curse might find balance. She stepped through a portal into the material plane and discovered that distance from the Feywild did nothing to help. If anything, the curse worsened. Her transformations became more violent, more painful, cycling through seasons with increasing speed, until she could barely remember which emotion was supposed to be hers. She returned to the Feywild after only 3 days in the mortal realm, defeated and despairing. For the next century, Eriseth simply existed. She wandered the boundaries between courts, observing the seasonal celebrations she could no longer join. She watched spring dances from a distance, heard summer songs carried on heated winds, witnessed autumn's harvests of magical fruits, and saw winter's solemn ceremonies of reflection. She was present for all of them and welcome at none. During this time, she heard rumors of Thuron, whispers that reached even the isolated spaces she inhabited. He lived in the mortal realm now, no longer Eladrin, but not quite human either. He had built a life there, or tried to, though the loss of his seasonal nature had left him hollow in ways that mortals could not understand. Some said he searched for a way to return to the Feywild. Others claimed he had forgotten his former life entirely, the memories too painful to carry. Eriseth wanted to find him, to see if their love had survived the curse, but she could not leave the Feywild for long enough to search. And even if she found him, what then? They would be two broken things, twisted by punishment for daring to love across boundaries. What comfort could they offer each other? The second century of her curse brought madness, or something close to it. The constant shifting of emotions wore away at her sense of self. She would wake not knowing which season she felt, which court's nature currently dominated her form. She forgot her own name for periods of time, lost in the tide of seasonal identities that crashed through her consciousness. During her worst moments, Eriseth stood at the boundary and screamed. Not words, just raw emotion that echoed across the Feywild. Spring's joy twisted into hysteria. Summer's passion became rage without target. Autumn's wisdom curdled into bitter cynicism. Winter's sorrow deepened into despair that had no bottom. The Archfey heard her screams, but did not respond. The curse was meant to be permanent, a warning that would last as long as the Feywild itself existed. To release her would be to admit that love could challenge the natural order, and that admission would undermine the foundations of their realm. But one being heard her screams and felt something other than indifference. A young spring Eladrin named Lysa, who had been born after Eriseth's curse and knew of her only through stories. Lysa approached the boundary one day, cautious but curious, drawn by a desire to understand the creature who existed between seasons. "Why do you scream?" Lysa asked, her voice carrying the clear tones of youth and spring optimism. Eriseth turned to face her, and her form shifted rapidly. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, cycling through them all in the space of a breath. "Because I cannot remember what silence feels like," she replied, her voice layered with 4 different tones, each one belonging to a different season. Lysa should have fled. That would have been the sensible response. But spring hearts were not sensible, and youth had not yet taught her caution. "What was it like," she asked, "before the curse, when you were only spring?" The question struck Eriseth like a physical blow. What was it like? She had not thought of that in decades, had tried not to remember the time when she was whole and complete in a single season. But now, prompted by this curious youth, memories surfaced. "It was like being a single note in a perfect song," Eriseth said softly. "I knew my place. I understood my purpose. I was joy incarnate, celebration given form. Everything delighted me, every flower that bloomed, every bird that sang, every sunrise that painted the sky. I was spring, and spring was me, and there was no division between self and season. And now, Lysa asked, now I am all songs playing at once, and they clash into noise that means nothing. I am every season and no season. I am everything and nothing. I am trapped in transformation, forever changing, never being. Lysa sat down at the edge of the boundary, close enough to speak comfortably, but not so close that Eriseth's unstable nature might affect her. The stories say you loved someone from another court. I did, I do. I cannot remember which anymore. The curse has muddled even my memories of him. Was he Autumn? I think he was Autumn, wise and melancholy and beautiful in the way of ending things. But sometimes I remember him as winter, cold and clear. Sometimes as summer, burning bright. The seasons in my mind have blended together, and I cannot separate what was real from what the curse has created. Do you regret it? Lysa asked, loving him. Eriseth was silent for a long time, her form shifting through seasons while she considered the question. Did she regret it? The curse had stolen 300 years of existence, had trapped her in a state of perpetual transformation, had made her an outcast in her own realm. She had lost everything. Her court, her friends, her very identity. All because she had loved someone she was not meant to love. No, she finally said. I do not regret loving Thuron. I regret that love was not enough. I regret that the natural order valued itself more than the hearts of those who lived within it. I regret that the Archfey chose punishment over understanding. But I do not regret the love itself. That was real, perhaps the only real thing I have ever known. Lysa nodded, absorbing this. She stood to leave, but paused. I will come back, she said. If you want, I will come back and speak with you. Why? Eriseth asked. I am a warning, a cautionary tale. You should avoid me, lest my curse spread to you. Curses do not spread like illness, Lysa said. And I think perhaps you need someone to speak to. Someone to help you remember what it was like to be a single season. Maybe, if you can remember clearly enough, you can find a way back. Eriseth wanted to tell her that there was no way back. That 300 years of searching had proven the curse unbreakable. But she said nothing, because even trapped between all seasons, even lost in perpetual transformation, hope was a spring emotion, and spring was part of her nature. Lysa did return. She came to the boundary often, bringing stories from the court of spring, descriptions of celebrations and gatherings that Eriseth could no longer attend. She spoke of the changing politics of the Feywild, of new Archfey rising and old ones fading, of portals opening to strange new realms. And slowly, through these conversations, Eriseth began to remember what it felt like to be herself. The curse did not break. 300 years of punishment could not be undone by simple conversation. But for the first time since the curse fell, Eriseth felt something other than despair. She felt the smallest spark of hope, fragile as a spring flower, but real nonetheless. And in that spark, trapped between all seasons and belonging to none, Eriseth found the strength to continue existing. Because even a cursed life, even an existence trapped in perpetual transformation, was still a life. And as long as she lived, as long as she remembered what love felt like before the curse twisted it into punishment, there remained the possibility that someday, somehow, the natural order might bend enough to let her be whole again. Until then, she would stand at the boundary between courts, shifting through seasons, neither here nor there, forever trapped, but no longer entirely alone. Tale number 5, The Beholder's Nightmare. In the deepest chambers of the Underdark, where even the drow rarely ventured, there lived a beholder named Southrek the Contemplator. Beholders were aberrations, creatures of nightmare-given flesh, beings whose very existence defied the natural order. Their spherical bodies floated through the air without wings or magic, kept aloft by forces that even archmages could not fully explain. 10 eye stalks crowned their forms like a twisted crown, each one capable of projecting a different magical effect. And in the center of their bulk rested their central eye, a massive orb that could nullify magic with a single glance. But the true power of beholders lay not in their physical form or their magical abilities. It lay in their dreams. Beholders dreamed constantly, even when awake. Their alien minds processed reality through layers of paranoia and megalomania, constantly imagining threats and rivals and challenges to their supremacy. And in the strange physics that governed their existence, these dreams sometimes became real. A beholder who dreamed intensely enough of a rival might wake to find that rival actually existed, birthed from nightmare into flesh. A beholder who imagined a perfect lair might reshape the stone around them through sheer force of unconscious will. Southrek understood this better than most of his kind. He had spent 3 centuries studying the nature of beholder dreams, trying to understand the mechanism by which thought became reality. His lair was filled with experiments, chambers where he had tried and failed to control his dreaming mind, to shape his nightmares into useful forms rather than unpredictable chaos. The lair itself was a masterpiece of paranoid architecture. Spherical chambers connected by narrow tunnels, each one designed to give a beholder perfect fields of fire while preventing enemies from approaching safely. The walls were smooth stone, polished to mirror brightness, so that Southrek could see approaching threats from any angle. Magical traps lined every passage, keyed to his central eye's anti-magic field, so that he could pass safely while intruders died in flames or acid or worse. In the centermost chamber, Southrek floated above a pool of dark water that reflected his form like black glass. He stared into his own central eye, a meditation practice he had developed over the centuries by focusing on his own reflection. By observing the observer, he hoped to gain insight into the dreaming process. To understand why beholder dreams held such power when the dreams of other creatures did not. The water rippled, disturbed by movements Zalthrek had not made. He pulled his gaze from the reflection and examined the pool more carefully. Something was wrong. The water was changing, darkening, becoming not a reflection, but a window into somewhere else, somewhere that should not exist. Zalthrek recognized what he was seeing because he had dreamed it 1,000 times. His greatest nightmare given form at last. In the dark water, another beholder floated. But this one was perfect in ways that Zalthrek could never be. Its eye stalks were longer, more flexible, capable of targeting in directions that Zalthrek's could not reach. Its central eye was larger, its anti-magic field stronger. Its body was more symmetrical, more aesthetically pleasing, more fundamentally correct in ways that made Zalthrek's form seem like a rough draft. This was Zalthrek's dream self, the idealized version of himself that haunted his sleeping mind. Every beholder believed themselves to be perfect, the ultimate expression of their kind, superior to all other beholders, but secretly buried beneath layers of megalomania. Every beholder knew they were flawed. And those flaws manifested in dreams of a better self, a perfect self, a self that would inevitably view the dreamer as inferior and worthy only of destruction. The perfect Zalthrek rose from the pool, water streaming from its form. It was not wet, Zalthrek realized. The water passed through it like light through glass. This was still a dream, not yet fully real, but it was becoming more solid with each passing moment, fed by Zalthrek's own fear and self-doubt. "You are not real," Zalthrek said, directing his words at the apparition. "You are nightmare, a phantom born of my unconscious mind. You have no substance, no independent existence." The dream Zalthrek spoke, its voice identical to Zalthrek's own, but carrying a confidence that the real beholder had never possessed. "I am more real than you. I am what you should have been, what you could have been if you were not hampered by doubt and weakness. I am perfection, and you are merely the flawed vessel that dreamed me into being." Zalthrek rotated in the air, bringing his central eye to bear on the apparition. The anti-magic field emanated from his gaze, a cone of absolute negation that should have dispelled any magical construct. But the dream Zalthrek did not vanish. If anything, it became more solid, more real, as if the anti-magic field was giving it substance rather than destroying it. "Interesting," the dream Zalthrek said. "You try to unmake me with the same magic that makes you a beholder. But I am not made of magic. I am made of your own certainty that you are inadequate. And that certainty is stronger than any spell." One of the dream Zalthrek's eye stalks turned toward the real Zalthrek, and a ray of pale light shot forth. Zalthrek dodged, his own eye stalks tracking the movement, but he was not fast enough. The ray struck his bulk, and he felt a sensation he had not experienced in centuries. Pain. Beholders rarely felt pain. Their alien physiology processed damage differently than organic creatures. But this was not physical damage. This was existential pain, the agony of having one's fundamental beliefs challenged. The ray had carried a simple message, encoded in light and will. You are inferior. You have always been inferior. You will always be inferior. Zalthrek retaliated with 3 of his own ice stalks. A disintegration ray, a ray of frost, and a telekinetic blast, all fired in rapid succession. The dream Zalthrek absorbed them without apparent effort, its form flickering slightly, but not fading. You see, the dream self said, even your attacks prove my superiority. Your rays are weak, poorly aimed, desperate. Mine are precise, powerful, inevitable. This is why you dreamed me, because deep in your core, you know that you are not what a beholder should be. Zalthrek fled the chamber, retreating through tunnels he had designed specifically for escape. Behind him, he heard the dream self following, its movement unnaturally smooth, as if the very air preferred to support it over its imperfect original. The tunnels were trapped, but as Zalthrek passed through them, he heard the traps discharging behind him and knew they were having no effect. His dream self was immune to his own defenses because they were his defenses. Every trap he had designed, every contingency he had prepared, was born from his own mind, and his dream self knew them all. He reached a chamber he had prepared for exactly this scenario. Over the centuries of studying beholder dreams, Zalthrek had anticipated the possibility that his perfect self might manifest. He had created countermeasures, ways to fight an enemy who knew everything he knew. The chamber was empty except for a single mirror, massive and perfectly circular, suspended in the center of the space. The mirror was not glass, but polished adamantine, indestructible and perfectly reflective. Zalthrek had commissioned it from Duergar craftsmen at tremendous expense, and they had delivered exactly what he requested. A mirror that could not be destroyed by any of a beholder's rays, that would reflect those rays back at their source. Zalthrek positioned himself on one side of the mirror and waited. The dream self entered the chamber moments later, its movements confident and assured. It saw the mirror and laughed, a sound that echoed strangely in the spherical space. A mirror, you think to trap me with my own reflection. I am already a reflection, you fool. A reflection of everything you wish you could be. Showing me a mirror only reinforces my reality. But Zalthrek had not positioned the mirror to trap his dream self. He had positioned it to force a confrontation with an inescapable truth. He turned his central eye away from the dream self and toward the mirror, looking at his own reflection. In the polished adamantine, he saw himself as he truly was, not as the flawed creature his paranoid mind painted him to be, and not as the perfect being his dreams created. Just himself, a beholder, unusual in his scholarly pursuits, but no more or less valid than any other member of his kind. "You are right," Zalthrek said to his dream self. "I am not perfect. I have flaws. My eye stalks are not ideally positioned. My central eye is slightly asymmetrical. My body is 6% less spherical than the theoretical ideal, but these flaws do not make me inferior. They make me unique. They make me real in a way that you, born from pure concept, can never be." The dream Zalthrek fired all 10 of its eye stalks simultaneously. A devastating barrage that should have obliterated Zalthrek instantly. But Zalthrek had angled the mirror perfectly. The rays struck the polished adamantine and reflected back, each one striking the dream self with the force of its own perfection. The dream Zalthrek screamed, a sound that hurt to hear, that resonated in frequencies beyond normal perception. Its form flickered, becoming translucent again, losing the solidity it had gained, because the rays that struck it were its own rays, born from the same dream logic that gave it existence. And if it was perfect, if it was superior, then its own attacks should not harm it. But they did harm it, which meant it was not perfect, which meant the foundation of its existence was flawed. "I dreamed you from fear," Zalthrek said, his voice calm now, certain. "I dreamed you because I believed that perfection was possible, that there existed an ideal form that I was failing to achieve. But perfection is a concept, not a reality. Every beholder believes themselves perfect, but that belief is just another form of dreaming. The truth is that we are all flawed, all unique, all simply existing as best we can." The dream self tried to reform, to reassert its superiority, but the logic of dreams was turning against it. If perfection was impossible, then a perfect beholder could not exist. And if a perfect beholder could not exist, then the dream Zalthrek had no foundation for its being. It faded slowly, dissolving back into the same nightmare stuff that had birthed it. As it vanished, it spoke one last time, and its voice held not anger, but something almost like relief. "Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I was never meant to exist. Perhaps the nightmare was not that you were imperfect, but that you believed perfection was required." The dream self vanished completely, leaving Zalthrek alone in the chamber with the mirror. He floated there for a long time, studying his reflection, seeing himself clearly for perhaps the first time in his 3 centuries of existence. He was not perfect. His third eye stalk on the left side was slightly shorter than the others. His central eye had a small irregularity in its iris. His skin texture was uneven in places, 1,000 tiny flaws, each one a deviation from the theoretical ideal beholder. And he found that he did not care. These flaws were his. They were part of what made him Zalthrek the Contemplator, rather than just another interchangeable beholder. His imperfections were the price of his individuality, and that was a price worth paying. Over the following weeks, Zalthrek's lair changed. He stopped polishing the walls to mirror brightness. He removed some of the more excessive traps. He even opened a few of the tunnels, making his home slightly less of an impregnable fortress and slightly more of a living space. He continued his studies of beholder dreams, but his focus shifted. Rather than trying to control the dreaming process, he began to simply observe it. To understand it without judgment, he learned that beholder dreams were powerful not because beholders were special, but because beholders believed so absolutely in their own importance. Their megalomaniacal certainty gave weight to their dreams, made thought into reality through sheer force of ego. But ego, Zalthrek realized, was just another word for fear. Fear that you were not important. Fear that you were not supreme. Fear that somewhere, somehow, there existed something better than you. And that fear, given form through dreaming, created the very rivals and threats that justified the paranoia. It was a vicious cycle, one that every beholder participated in. They dreamed enemies into existence, then fought those enemies, then dreamed greater enemies because the fights proved that threats were real. Round and round, generation after generation, with each new beholder adding to the collective nightmare that defined their species. Zalthrek decided to break the cycle, at least for himself. He would still dream, because beholders could not stop dreaming any more than they could stop floating. But he would approach his dreams with awareness, would recognize them as products of his own mind rather than external truths. When he dreamed of rivals now, he did not fear them. He acknowledged them as aspects of himself, fears and doubts given temporary form. Sometimes they still manifested because 3 centuries of paranoia could not be undone instantly, but when they appeared, he spoke to them, reasoned with them, helped them understand that they were dreams rather than realities. Most of them faded peacefully once they understood their nature. A few became something else, transformed by understanding from nightmares into something more benign. One dream rival became a companion of sorts, choosing to remain as an independent entity rather than dissolving back into Zalthrek's unconscious. They had philosophical discussions in the quiet hours, the dream being gradually developing its own personality, separate from the paranoid fears that had birthed it. Other beholders heard rumors of Zalthrek's strange behavior. Some sent assassins, convinced that a beholder who did not embrace paranoia must be weak and easy to destroy. Those assassins found that Zalthrek was still quite capable of defending himself, but he did so without hatred or fear. He killed when necessary, but he did not dream new vengeance afterward. He did not create elaborate nightmares about all the ways his enemies might return. A few beholders, a very few, sought Zalthrek out not to kill him, but to understand him. They had glimpsed the exhausting futility of their eternal paranoia and wanted to know if there was another way to exist. Zalthrek taught them what he had learned, though he warned that the knowledge was dangerous. To question a beholder's fundamental nature was to risk madness, or worse, to risk becoming something other than a beholder entirely. some of his students failed, driven mad by the cognitive dissonance of being paranoid creatures trying to embrace trust. Others succeeded, creating small pockets of strange peace in the violent chaos of the Underdark, and a few transcended entirely, their dreams becoming so controlled, so understood, that they could shape reality with conscious intent rather than unconscious fear. Zalthrek did not claim to have all the answers. He still struggled with his nature, still felt the pull of paranoia in moments of stress. But he had learned that struggle was not weakness. It was simply the price of consciousness, the cost of being aware of one's own mental processes. He floated in his central chamber, above the pool of dark water that no longer showed him nightmares, and thought about the nature of dreams, about how every intelligent being shaped reality through their beliefs, but most did so without awareness. Beholders were cursed and blessed with the ability to see their dreams made manifest, to confront the contents of their unconscious minds as external threats. It was terrifying. It was exhausting. But it was also, Zalthrek had come to believe, an opportunity. Because if dreams could become nightmares, perhaps they could become something better. Perhaps a beholder who truly understood their dreaming nature could create wonders instead of horrors. He had not achieved this yet. His experiments in conscious dream shaping had produced mixed results at best. But he continued to try, because trying was itself a form of hope, and hope was an emotion that beholders were not supposed to feel. In the darkness of the Underdark, in the depths where nightmares dwelled, one beholder chose to dream of something other than fear. And though his dreams were still strange, still touched by the alien nature of his kind, they were his dreams, not the dreams his species insisted he have, not the nightmares his paranoia demanded, but his own conscious choices made manifest. It was, he thought, the closest thing to freedom that a beholder could know. And that made it perfect in its own imperfect way. Tale number 6, The Nothic Scholar. The library of Candlekeep held 10,000 volumes, and Erasmus Krell had read 9,417 of them. He kept precise count, recording each title in a leather-bound journal that never left his possession. The remaining 583 books were restricted texts, kept in the vaults beneath Candlekeep, where only the most senior monks were permitted to venture. Erasmus had been a junior scholar for 12 years, and the restricted section haunted his dreams with the intensity of physical hunger. He was not a particularly talented wizard. His spells were adequate but unremarkable. His understanding of magical theory sound, but not exceptional. What set Erasmus apart was his obsession with knowledge itself, not the practical application of magic, not the power that spells could grant, but the pure accumulation of information. He wanted to know everything, to understand every secret the universe held, to possess complete and total knowledge. The other scholars at Candlekeep found his obsession unsettling. They studied to gain power, or to uncover specific secrets, or to contribute to the great catalog of magical understanding. But Erasmus studied for the sake of studying, reading texts that had no practical application, memorizing facts that served no purpose beyond their own existence. He could recite the complete genealogy of the royal family of Cormor, going back 400 years. He knew the exact composition of 17 different types of stone found only in the Underdark. He had memorized the life cycle of the purple worm in excruciating detail. None of this information made him a better wizard. None of it brought him closer to understanding the fundamental nature of magic. But he absorbed it all with equal fervor, filing each fact away in his mind like treasures in a vault. On the night that changed everything, Erasmus was reading in the main library long after the evening bells had rung. The text before him was a historical account of the fall of Nethril, the ancient empire of wizards whose hubris had brought destruction upon themselves and reshaped the face of Faerun. He had read this particular volume 6 times before, but each reading revealed new details, new connections he had missed on previous passes. A sound disturbed his concentration. Footsteps moving through the library with purpose rather than the careful silence scholars usually maintained. Erasmus looked up and saw Brother Aldrich, one of the senior monks, carrying a stack of books toward the vault entrance. The vault door stood open, which was unusual. Normally, it remained sealed except during designated access hours. Brother Aldrich disappeared into the vault, and the door remained open. Erasmus stared at that opening, his heart racing with a mixture of desire and fear. The restricted texts were mere steps away, forbidden knowledge, dangerous secrets, information that only the most trusted scholars were permitted to access. Everything his obsession craved. He should not have moved, should have remained at his desk, should have returned to his reading of safe and approved texts. But the hunger for knowledge that defined him was stronger than caution. Erasmus stood, set down his book, and walked toward the open vault door. The stairs descended into darkness, broken by ever-burning torches set in wall sconces. Erasmus moved carefully, listening for Brother Aldrich's return. The vault was larger than he had imagined, a vast underground chamber lined with shelves that held books, scrolls, and stranger objects, artifacts sealed in crystal cases, skulls that glowed with pale light, a mirror that showed reflections of places that did not exist, and books, so many books, texts bound in leather made from creatures Erasmus could not identify, scrolls written in languages that hurt his eyes to look at, tomes that seemed to shift and change when he was not looking directly at them. The restricted collection was everything he had imagined and more. Erasmus reached for the nearest book, a slim volume bound in black leather with no title on its spine. The moment his fingers touched it, he He knew he had made a terrible mistake. The book was cold, far colder than the ambient temperature could explain, and it seemed to pull at his hand, drawing his touch deeper into contact with its surface. He tried to release it, but his fingers would not obey. The book opened of its own accord, pages flipping with impossible speed. Words flashed past Erasmus's eyes, too fast to read consciously, but something in his mind absorbed them anyway. Knowledge poured into him like poison into a wound. Facts and secrets and terrible truths that no mortal mind was meant to contain. He learned the true names of demons that had been forgotten for millennia. He discovered the location of artifacts whose very existence was myth. He understood rituals that could unmake reality itself if performed correctly. The knowledge came without context, without understanding, just raw information that filled his consciousness to bursting. Erasmus screamed, but no sound emerged from his throat. The book continued to feed him its secrets, page after page of forbidden knowledge that his obsessed mind could not refuse, even as it tore his sanity apart. He learned how gods had died, how planes had been created, how the fundamental laws of magic were written by beings whose names were themselves spells of power. Brother Aldrich found him collapsed on the floor of the vault, the black book lying open beside him. The senior monk closed the volume carefully, using a cloth to avoid direct contact, and sealed it back in its proper place. Then he carried Erasmus up to the infirmary, where the healers did what they could for a mind that had been exposed to knowledge it was never meant to possess. Erasmus recovered after a fashion. His body healed. His mind regained the ability to form coherent thoughts, but something fundamental had changed. The knowledge the book had forced into him had not faded. If anything, it had grown clearer, more organized, filing itself into mental structures that felt alien and wrong. And with that knowledge came hunger. Not the scholarly desire to learn that had defined him before, but a gnawing, desperate need to know more. To possess every secret, to understand every hidden truth, to strip away the veils that separated known from unknown. The book had awakened something in him, or perhaps created it, a compulsion that made his previous obsession seem like mild curiosity. The monks of Candlekeep recognized the signs. They had seen it before in other scholars who had delved too deeply into forbidden texts. Erasmus was politely but firmly asked to leave. They provided him with a small sum of money and a letter of recommendation, neither of which addressed the real reason for his departure. Candlekeep could not harbor those who had been touched by knowledge they should never have possessed. Erasmus traveled to Baldur's Gate, then to Waterdeep, then to smaller towns and villages, always searching for new sources of information. He broke into private libraries, stole from collectors, even robbed tombs for the chance to read texts that had been buried with their owners. The knowledge he gained never satisfied the hunger. If anything, each new fact only increased his need to know more. His appearance began to change. His eyes, once a normal brown, took on a yellowish tinge. His posture shifted, his spine curving as if his body was collapsing in on itself. His skin grew pale and clammy, taking on a texture that was neither quite flesh nor quite something else. Other wizards who saw him whispered that he was cursed, that he bore the marks of forbidden magic. They were not wrong. The transformation was gradual but inexorable. Erasmus felt his body changing, felt something alien growing within him, but he could not stop. The hunger for knowledge overrode every other concern. He needed to know, had to know, would sacrifice anything to know. In a forgotten ruin north of Neverwinter, Erasmus found what he had been seeking without knowing he sought it. A chamber deep underground, its walls covered in writing that predated any known civilization. The text was not in any language Erasmus recognized, but somehow he could read it. Or perhaps it was reading him, pulling knowledge from his mind, even as it poured new knowledge in. The chamber described a ritual, a way to transcend the limitations of mortal understanding, to become a living repository of secrets, to see the truth that lay beneath all surface appearances. The price was transformation, a reshaping of body and mind into something that existed solely to acquire and protect knowledge. Erasmus performed the ritual without hesitation. He drew the required symbols on the floor using his own blood. He spoke words that tore at his throat, sounds that human vocal cords were never meant to produce. He felt his body breaking down, reshaping, becoming something other than what it had been. The pain was absolute. Every bone broke and reformed. His skin rippled and changed texture. His internal organs shifted, some disappearing entirely while others grew and mutated. His eyes, the organs through which he had consumed so much knowledge, underwent the most dramatic transformation. One eye swelled to enormous size, becoming a single massive orb that dominated his misshapen head. The other eye withered and vanished, leaving only smooth skin where it had been. When the transformation completed, Erasmus was no longer Erasmus. He was something else, a Nothic, a creature born from a wizard's obsession with forbidden knowledge. His body was hunched and twisted, his limbs too long and joints bending at wrong angles. His skin had taken on a grayish-green pallor, moist and slightly translucent. And his eye, that enormous central eye, could see things that mortal eyes could not. He could see secrets. When he looked at a person, he saw not their face, but their hidden truths. Their fears, their shames, their carefully guarded information. When he looked at an object, he saw its history, every hand that had touched it, every purpose it had served. The world became a tapestry of secrets, each one visible to his transformed sight. But the knowledge brought no satisfaction. The hunger remained, grown even stronger in his changed form. And worse, the transformation had cost him something crucial. His intelligence, once his greatest asset, had been damaged by the ritual. Thoughts that had once come easily now required tremendous effort. Complex magical theory that he had mastered years ago was now beyond his comprehension. He had gained the ability to see all secrets, but lost the capacity to truly understand them. The curse was perfect in its cruelty. He was a scholar who could no longer comprehend scholarship, a seeker of knowledge who lacked the mental framework to process what he found. The Nothic that had been Erasmus Krell retreated deeper into the ruins, making a lair in the chamber where his transformation had occurred. He surrounded himself with the books and scrolls he had collected. Though he could no longer read most of them, his eye could see the secrets they contained. But his diminished mind could not organize that information into useful knowledge. Adventurers sometimes came to the ruins, seeking treasure or exploring for the thrill of it. The Nothic would watch them from the shadows, his great eye perceiving their secrets. He would see their hidden motives, their concealed pasts, their carefully buried shames, and he would speak those secrets aloud in his harsh, rasping voice. Driven by an instinct he did not fully understand. Some adventurers fled in terror when their darkest secrets were revealed. Others attacked, trying to silence the creature that knew too much. The Nothic defended himself with crude spells, the only magic his transformed mind could still grasp. He killed when necessary, adding the corpses to his hoard, along with whatever treasures they carried. But there was no satisfaction in survival, no joy in the secrets he perceived. Only the endless, gnawing hunger to know more, combined with the tragic inability to truly comprehend what he knew. He was a cautionary tale given flesh, a warning about the dangers of pursuing knowledge without wisdom. Sometimes, in moments of clarity that came less and less frequently, the Nothic remembered being Erasmus, remembered the library of Candlekeep, the simple joy of reading, the satisfaction of understanding a complex concept. Those memories were agony, reminders of everything he had lost in his transformation. He had wanted to know everything, and in a way, he had achieved that goal. His eye could see every secret, perceive every hidden truth. But knowledge without understanding was just data, meaningless information that brought no enlightenment. He was the richest pauper in existence, possessing infinite wealth he could not spend. The years passed, though time meant little to the Nothic. Seasons changed above ground while he remained in his underground lair. Surrounded by books he could no longer read and artifacts whose purpose he could perceive but not comprehend. His mind continued to deteriorate, higher functions fading as the curse that sustained him tightened its grip. Eventually, he would forget that he had ever been human, would forget the name Erasmus Krell entirely, would exist purely as appetite and instinct, a creature that hoarded secrets the way dragons hoarded gold, without any understanding of their value. But that final forgetting had not yet come. For now, he he still remembered enough to recognize what he had lost, still retained sufficient awareness to understand the magnitude of his mistake, and that understanding, that knowledge of his own ruin, was the cruelest secret his eye could perceive. In the darkness of the forgotten ruins, surrounded by the physical remnants of his former life, the Nothic crouched over his hoard and wept. His tears were thick and viscous, more like oil than water, leaving trails down his transformed face, and his great eye, capable of seeing every secret in the world, could not look away from the truth of what he had become. He had sought knowledge, he had found it, and it had destroyed him. Tale number 7, the Shadar-kai's last emotion. The Shadowfell was a realm of muted colors and faded sensations, a reflection of the material plane drained of vitality and hope. Everything that existed in the bright world had a shadow counterpart here, but twisted and diminished. Trees grew gray and skeletal. Water flowed black and lifeless. The sky hung perpetually overcast, neither day nor night, but an eternal twilight that sapped the will of all who dwelled beneath it. The Shadar-kai were natives of this realm, or had been for so long that the distinction no longer mattered. Once they had been elves, full of life and passion, but centuries in the Shadowfell had changed them. Their skin had taken on a gray pallor, their eyes had faded to shades of white and pale blue, and most significantly, their capacity to feel had withered like flowers deprived of sunlight. Emotions were dangerous in the Shadowfell. To feel too strongly was to draw the attention of the Raven Queen, the deity who ruled this realm of shadows and death. To love or hate or fear with intensity was to risk being consumed by those very emotions, transformed into something that existed only to embody a single feeling. So the Shadar-kai had adapted, allowing their emotional range to narrow and dim, becoming as gray inside as the world around them. Vis had been Shadar-kai for 147 years. She could still remember her life before, when she had been an elf of the Feywild, full of joy and wonder. But those memories felt like they belonged to someone else, a person she had once known, but could no longer truly understand. The transition to Shadar-kai existence had stripped away the bright colors of emotion, leaving only muted shades of feeling that she could barely recognize as her own. She served the Raven Queen as all Shadar-kai did, collecting the souls of the dead and escorting them to their final rest. It was work that required no passion, no empathy, no emotional investment. She would appear in the material plane at the moment of death, invisible to the living, and guide the newly departed soul through the veil. Some souls came willingly, ready for what lay beyond. Others resisted, clinging to life even as their bodies failed. Vis treated both types with the same detached efficiency. Her existence had been stable for over a century. Wake in her quarters in the fortress of Leatherna, the Raven Queen's palace. Receive her assignments for the day. Travel to the material plane through shadow gates collect souls, return, sleep, repeat. The routine varied only in the smallest details, and Vis found comfort in that predictability. Emotion was chaos. Routine was safety. But on a day that seemed no different from any other, Vis was assigned a soul that would change everything. The target was a human child, a girl named Myra, who lived in a small village on the Sword Coast. She was dying of a wasting illness, her young body failing despite the efforts of healers and priests. The death would come at sunset, and Vis was to be there to guide the soul to its rest. Vis arrived at the appointed time, materializing in the shadowy corner of a modest home. The child lay in bed, her breathing shallow and labored. Her parents sat on either side, holding her hands, speaking words of comfort that the girl was too weak to acknowledge. Standard death scene. Vis had witnessed thousands like it. She waited for the moment of transition, the instant when the soul would separate from the body. It came as the last rays of sunlight faded from the window, the child's breathing stopping with a finality that needed no confirmation. The soul rose from the body, a luminous form that retained the girl's shape, but glowed with an inner light that the material world could not contain. Vis stepped forward to take custody of the soul, but something stopped her. The child soul was looking at her parents, watching them weep, and on the soul's face was an expression that Vis had not seen in over a century. Pure, uncomplicated love. The emotion radiated from the child soul like heat from a flame. Not the muted, distant affection that Shadar-kai could still experience, but real love, intense and overwhelming, and absolutely genuine. The child loved her parents so completely that even death could not diminish it. And that love, that raw, unfiltered emotion, struck Vis like a physical blow. She felt something crack inside her chest. Not physical damage, but something deeper, something fundamental to her Shadar-kai nature. The walls she had built to protect herself from emotion, the careful distance she maintained from all feelings, fractured under the weight of the child's love. And through that crack, emotion came flooding back. It started as warmth, spreading through her chest like blood, returning to a limb that had gone numb. Then came other sensations, feelings she had not experienced in over a century. Sadness for the child's death, empathy for the grieving parents, anger at the disease that had stolen a young life, joy at witnessing such pure love. All of it crashed through her defenses at once, a tidal wave of emotion that threatened to drown her. Vis staggered, nearly falling. The child soul turned to look at her, and its expression changed to concern. "Are you hurt?" the soul asked, its voice carrying the innocence that only children possessed. "I do not know," Vis managed to reply. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears, carrying inflections and tones that Shadar-kai did not use. "I am feeling something, many things. I had forgotten what this was like." The child soul moved closer. its form still tethered to the material plane by threads of attachment to the grieving parents. "You're supposed to take me away, aren't you? To the place where dead people go." "Yes," Vis said, "that is my function. But I need a moment, please." She had never asked a soul to wait before. Never needed to. But the emotions coursing through her were too intense, too overwhelming. She needed time to process them, to understand what was happening to her. The child soul sat down on the bed, its luminous form passing through the body it had so recently inhabited. "I don't want to leave them," it said, looking at its parents. "They're so sad. I want to tell them it's okay, that I'm not in pain anymore. But they can't hear me." Vis felt tears on her face. Actual tears, the first she had produced in over a century. The Shadar-kai did not cry. Crying required emotional capacity they no longer possessed. But Vis was crying now, and she could not stop. "They cannot hear you," she confirmed. "The living and the dead exist in separate realms, but they know you loved them. That knowledge will sustain them through their grief." "Will it?" the child soul asked. "They look like the sadness might break them." Vis looked at the grieving parents and felt their pain as if it were her own. The father's shoulders shook with silent sobs. The mother held the child's body, rocking back and forth, whispering denials that death had already proven false. Their grief was absolute, overwhelming. A wound that might never fully heal. "Grief is the price of love," Vis heard herself say. "They suffer because they loved you so much. Without that love, there would be no grief. The depth of their pain is a measure of how profoundly you mattered to them." The child soul considered this. "Then I'm glad they're sad," it finally said. "Because that means I was loved. I'd rather be loved and mourned than never loved at all." The words struck Vis with the force of revelation. The child understood something that Vis had forgotten, something that every Shadar-kai had chosen to forget. Love was worth the pain it caused. Emotion was worth the risk it carried. To live in safety and numbness was not living at all. "It is time," Vis said softly. "I must take you now. The longer you remain, the harder it becomes to cross over." The child soul stood and took Vis's hand. Its touch was warm, impossibly warm for a being that had no physical form. Together, they stepped through the veil, passing from the material plane into the realm of shadow. The Shadowfell spread before them, gray and lifeless as always. But to Vis, seeing it now through eyes that could feel again, it looked different. Not just gray, but actively hostile to life, not merely drained of color, but aggressively suppressing anything that might dare to be vibrant. This realm was not neutral. It was a parasite that fed on vitality and hope. "This place is sad," the child soul said, looking around at the barren landscape. "Is this where I have to stay?" "No," Vis assured her. "This is merely a waypoint. I will take you to the place prepared for you. A good place where children who die young are cared for until their souls are ready to move on to whatever comes next. They walked through the gray landscape, the child's hand in hers, and Vis felt every emotion the journey evoked. Fear that she might lose her way, determination to see her charge safely delivered, sadness at the child's fate, wonder at the resilience of a soul that could maintain its warmth even in this cold realm. The other Shadar-kai they passed noticed her immediately. Emotion radiated from Vis like light from a torch, impossible to miss in a realm where feeling was suppressed. They stared at her with their pale eyes, some with curiosity, others with concern, a few with what might have been envy. One Shadar-kai blocked their path, a male warrior named Keth, who had served the Raven Queen for over 3 centuries. "Vis," he said, his voice flat and emotionless, "you have been compromised. You must report to the enforcers immediately. They will drain the excess emotion from you before it draws the Queen's attention." Vis felt fear spike through her, sharp and immediate. The enforcers were Shadar-kai who specialized in maintaining order, in ensuring that no one developed enough emotional capacity to become a threat. They had methods for draining unwanted feelings, for reinforcing the numbness that kept their kind safe. To submit to them would be to lose everything she had just regained. "No," she said, and the word came out stronger than she intended. "I will not give this up. Not again." Keth's expression did not change, but his hand moved to the weapon at his side. "You do not have a choice. Emotion is dangerous here. It will consume you, transform you into something that exists only to embody that feeling. The enforcers offer mercy by taking it from you before that happens." "Then let me be consumed," Vis said. "I would rather feel intensely for a brief time than exist in numbness for eternity." The child soul squeezed her hand. "Don't let them take your feelings," she whispered. "Feelings are what make us real." Keth drew his weapon, a blade of shadow that could cut more than flesh. "I will subdue you if necessary. This is for your own protection." But before he could strike, something else intervened. The air grew cold, far colder than even the Shadowfell's usual chill. Shadows deepened and coalesced, forming into a presence that made every Shadar-kai in the vicinity drop to their knees in instinctive submission. The Raven Queen had arrived. She manifested as a figure of absolute darkness, wrapped in shadows that moved with independent will. Her face, if she had one, was hidden behind a mask carved from a single black gemstone. Her presence was overwhelming, a weight that pressed down on the soul itself. Vis felt herself falling to her knees. The child soul clutched protectively against her. Every emotion she had regained intensified in the Raven Queen's presence. Fear became terror. Determination became desperation. Love for the child she protected became fierce and absolute. "Vis," the Raven Queen spoke, and her voice was not sound but concept, meaning impressed directly onto consciousness. "You have violated the compact. You have allowed yourself to feel. Explain. Vis looked up at the deity who ruled this realm and found that she could not lie. The Raven Queen saw all truths in her domain. I encountered a soul whose love was so pure that it broke through my defenses. I have regained the capacity to feel, and I do not wish to lose it again. You will lose far more than feeling if you continue down this path, the Raven Queen said. Emotion in this realm is poison. It transforms. It corrupts. You will become something monstrous, a sorrow-sworn or worse, a creature that embodies a single emotion twisted into nightmare form. Perhaps Vis agreed. But for however long I have before that transformation, I will be truly alive. That is worth any price. The Raven Queen was silent for a long moment. Around them, the Shadowfell seemed to hold its breath. Finally, she spoke again. There is an alternative. Leave. Return to the material plane and never come back to my realm. You may keep your emotions, but you forfeit your place among the Shadar-kai. You will be alone, neither elf nor shadow, belonging nowhere. Vis felt her heart race. An actual heartbeat, strong and rapid, pumping emotion through her veins. To leave the Shadowfell meant abandoning everything she had known for over a century. Her purpose, her people, her entire existence. But to stay meant losing what she had just regained. Returning to the gray numbness that was safety at the cost of life itself. She looked down at the child soul in her arms. What happens to her? I will see the child safely delivered, the Raven Queen said. She is innocent in this. Her fate is not tied to yours. The child soul looked up at Vis. Go, she said. Be alive for both of us. Vis stood, gently releasing the child into the Raven Queen's custody. She felt grief at the parting, sharp and immediate. Felt fear about the unknown future before her. Felt hope that perhaps a life of emotion, however difficult, would be worth living. I accept exile, she said. The Raven Queen gestured, and a portal opened in the air beside Vis. Through it, she could see the material plane, a riot of colors compared to the Shadowfell's gray. Go then, and know that if you ever return to my realm, even for an instant, the compact will be enforced. You will be drained of all emotion and bound to service until the end of days. Vis walked toward the portal, each step taking her away from everything familiar. At the threshold, she paused and looked back at the child soul one last time. The girl smiled, an expression of pure warmth and love. Thank you for crying for me, she said. Thank you for feeling. Vis stepped through the portal and emerged into a forest in full bloom. The scent of flowers overwhelmed her. The sound of birdsong filled her ears. Sunlight, actual sunlight, warm and golden, touched her gray skin, and Vis fell to her knees and wept, not from sorrow, but from joy at being alive. She wept for the child who had died too young. She wept for the century she had spent in numbness. She wept for the beauty of a world that could feel. And she wept because she could weep, because emotion had returned, because she was no longer just a function, but a person. In the Shadowfell, the Shadar-kai watched the portal close and returned to their duties. They did not speak of what they had witnessed, but in some of them, in the deepest parts of themselves, they had long buried. A question stirred, a small crack appeared in their carefully maintained numbness. And through that crack, the faintest spark of emotion began to glow. Vis did not know what would become of her. She had no place in this world, no people, no purpose beyond the simple act of feeling. But as she stood in the sunlit forest, her face wet with tears, her heart full of emotions she could barely name, she knew that exile was not punishment, it was freedom. Tale number 8, The Firbolg's Broken Grove. Ulfgar Stoneheart had been guardian of the Whispering Grove for 63 years, and in all that time, he had never failed in his duty. Firbolgs were chosen by nature itself to serve as protectors of the wild places, to maintain the balance between civilization and wilderness, to ensure that the ancient groves remained sanctuaries where the old magic could flourish. It was not a duty imposed from without, but a calling that resonated in the very bones of his people. To be Firbolg was to be guardian. To be guardian was to be Firbolg. The Whispering Grove occupied a valley in the Moonwood, far from the settlements of humans and dwarves and other civilized races. Ancient oaks grew there, trees that had been saplings when the empire of Netheril still flew through the skies. Their roots ran deep into the earth, tapping into ley lines of magical energy that crisscrossed the land like veins carrying blood. The trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen, speaking of ages past and futures possible, of the slow turning of seasons and the patient growth of living things. Ulfgar was nearly 9 feet tall, his frame heavy with muscle earned from decades of physical labor. His skin bore the blue-gray tones common to his kind, marked with patterns that resembled bark and stone. His hair, long and tangled with leaves and small twigs, had gone from black to silver over his years of service. He wore simple clothing made from materials the grove itself provided, leather from deer who had died naturally, cloth woven from plant fibers, nothing taken by force or violence. He lived in a dwelling that was more cave than house, carved into the side of a hill and lined with moss that glowed softly in the darkness. His possessions were few. A staff of living wood that had grown into his hand over the years, becoming an extension of his body, a collection of seeds from every plant that grew in the grove, carefully cataloged and stored. A journal written in Druidic script, documenting the health of the grove through 6 decades of observation. The grove was thriving under his stewardship. The trees grew strong and healthy. The streams ran clear. Wildlife flourished in abundance, from the smallest insects to the deer, and bears that made their homes among the ancient oaks. The magic that flowed through the ley lines remained pure and strong, unmarred by the corrupting influences that plagued other wild places. Ulfgar took pride in his work, though pride was perhaps not the right word. Satisfaction, perhaps, fulfillment. The knowledge that he was serving his purpose, maintaining the balance, protecting something that needed protecting. It was enough, more than enough. It was everything. The first sign of trouble came on a morning in early spring, when the trees should have been singing with new growth. Ulfgar emerged from his dwelling to find the grove silent, not the peaceful silence of dawn, but an oppressive quiet that felt like held breath. The birds were not singing. The wind was not moving through the branches. Even the stream seemed to flow more quietly, as if afraid to make noise. Ulfgar placed his hand against the nearest oak, reaching out with the magical senses that all Firbolg guardians developed. The tree's consciousness touched his, and what he felt made his breath catch. Pain. The tree was in pain, and not just this one tree, but all of them. The entire grove suffering from some unseen affliction. He spent the day examining every tree, every plant, searching for the source of the distress. He found nothing obvious. No disease, no parasites, no physical damage that would explain the grove's suffering, but the pain was real and growing stronger. The trees whispered to him of something wrong deep beneath the ground, something that had changed in the earth itself. Over the following weeks, the symptoms became more visible. Leaves that should have been green emerged yellow and sickly. Branches that had been healthy began to wither. The stream's water took on a faint discoloration, still clear enough to appear clean, but carrying a subtle wrongness that Ulfgar could taste. Animals began to leave the grove, migrating to other territories, abandoning their dens and nests. Ulfgar tried everything he knew. He performed rituals taught to him by the previous guardian, ceremonies meant to cleanse corruption and restore balance. He called upon the spirits of nature, asking for their aid. He even contacted other Firbolg guardians in distant groves, seeking their wisdom and advice. Nothing worked. The grove continued to sicken, and Ulfgar could not identify the cause. The answer came from an unexpected source. A group of adventurers passed through the Moonwood, following rumors of treasure hidden in ancient ruins. They made camp at the edge of the grove, and Ulfgar, desperate for any information, approached them. Firbolgs could turn invisible at will, a gift from the magic they served. But Ulfgar chose to make himself visible, walking into their camp with his hands empty and his posture non-threatening. The adventurers were startled, but not hostile. Their leader, a human woman named Kessa, listened as Ulfgar described the grove's sickness. She asked questions about the symptoms, about the timeline of the illness, about anything unusual that had occurred in the region. "There is a mining operation," she finally said, 3 miles south of here. "A dwarven company has been excavating beneath the Moonwood, searching for mithril deposits. They have been there for nearly 2 months now." Ulfgar felt cold certainty settle in his chest. 2 months. The grove's sickness had begun 2 months ago. How deep do they dig? Very deep, from what I have heard. They follow veins of ore through the rock, tunneling wherever the metal leads them. They boast that their excavations extend for miles in every direction. Miles deep enough to intersect the ley lines that fed the grove. Deep enough to disrupt the flow of magic that sustained the ancient trees. The dwarves were not deliberately attacking the grove. They likely did not even know it existed, but their mining was destroying it nonetheless, cutting through the magical veins like axes through roots. Ulfgar traveled to the mining operation the next day. It was a scar on the landscape, a massive pit carved into the earth, with tunnels radiating outward from a central shaft. Dozens of dwarves worked there, hauling ore and debris, operating mechanical lifts, and sorting valuable metals from worthless stone. The operation was efficient, organized, and absolutely devastating to the land around it. The mine's foreman was a dwarf named Thorin Ironfoot, a practical man with little patience for abstract concerns. Ulfgar explained the situation as clearly as he could. The mine was disrupting ley lines. The disruption was killing an ancient grove. The grove needed to be protected. Thorin listened with an expression of polite disinterest. "I appreciate your concern," he said when Ulfgar finished. "But this mine operates under license from the Lord of Neverwinter. We have legal right to extract resources from this land. If some trees are suffering, well, that is unfortunate, but it does not outweigh the economic value of the mithril we are producing. The grove is over 2,000 years old," Ulfgar said, struggling to keep his voice calm. "The trees remember times before any human lord claimed authority over these lands. They are sacred, irreplaceable. Your mithril can be found elsewhere." "Perhaps," Thorin agreed, "but it is here, and we have invested considerable resources in this operation. I am not going to shut down a profitable mine because a grove of trees is sick. Trees die. New trees grow. That is the way of nature." Ulfgar felt anger building in his chest, hot and unfamiliar. Firbolgs were peaceful by nature, slow to anger and slower to violence. But the dismissive way Thorin spoke of the grove's death, the casual disregard for something so ancient and precious, pushed against the limits of his patience. "If you do not stop the mining," Ulfgar said carefully, "the grove will die. And if the grove dies, the balance in this region will collapse. The moonwood will become unstable. What you call progress will birth consequences you cannot anticipate." "Then it will birth consequences," Thorin said. "But it will do so while producing valuable ore that enriches my company and the Lord of Neverwinter. Now, unless you have a legal injunction ordering us to cease operations, I must ask you to leave. We have work to do." Ulfgar left the mine and returned to the grove. He spent 3 days in meditation, communing with the trees, asking them what should be done. Their whispers were growing fainter, their consciousness dimming as the ley lines continued to fracture. They had no answers for him. They were dying, and they knew it, and they accepted it with the patient resignation that came from living for millennia. But Ulfgar could not accept it. He was their guardian. His entire purpose was to protect them, and he was failing. He considered his options. He could sabotage the mine, collapse the tunnels, destroy the equipment. But that would require violence, would likely result in deaths, and the dwarves would simply rebuild. He could appeal to higher authorities, seek intervention from druids or even the Harpers. But legal processes took time, and the Grove did not have time. He could try to transplant the trees, move them to another location. But oak trees 2,000 years old could not be moved. Their roots ran too deep, were too intertwined with the land itself. Every path led to the same conclusion. The Grove was going to die, and he could not stop it. The realization broke something in Ulfgar. For 63 years, he had believed in his purpose absolutely. He was guardian. He protected the Grove. That was the foundation of his existence, the bedrock upon which his entire identity was built. To fail in that duty was not just a mistake. It was an existential impossibility, like fire that did not burn or water that was not wet. But the impossible was happening. He was failing, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. The trees began to die in late summer. The oldest oaks went first, their massive trunks splitting as the magic that had sustained them for 2 millennia suddenly vanished. They fell slowly, taking days to complete their collapse, their ancient wood crying out in silent agony as it hit the earth. Ulfgar witnessed every death. He sat beside each falling tree, his hands pressed against their bark, sharing their pain as they died. The trees did not blame him. They whispered forgiveness, told him that he had done everything possible, that some things were beyond even a guardian's power to prevent, but their forgiveness only made the failure more painful. By autumn, half the Grove was dead. The survivors struggled on, drawing what little magic remained from the fractured ley lines, but it was not enough. They would all die eventually. It was just a matter of time. The wildlife had fled entirely. The stream ran brown and sluggish, choked with debris from fallen trees. The moss in Ulfgar's dwelling had stopped glowing, the magic that animated it gone. The Grove had become a tomb, and Ulfgar was its sole mourner. He tried to leave, told himself that there was nothing more he could do, that staying served no purpose. But he could not make himself walk away. He was guardian. Even of a dead Grove, even when his guardianship was meaningless, he could not abandon his post. Winter came, and with it the final deaths. The last ancient oak fell on the shortest day of the year, its collapse so slow that Ulfgar could track its progress hour by hour. When it finally hit the ground, the impact shook the earth, and something inside Ulfgar died with it. He sat in the center of the dead Grove, surrounded by fallen giants, and understood that he had failed completely. Not just failed to save the Grove, but failed in the most fundamental way possible. He had been guardian of a sacred place, and he had allowed that place to be destroyed. his purpose was gone. His identity was void. He was a guardian with nothing left to guard. The winter snow covered the fallen trees like funeral shrouds. Ulfgar remained, immobile, not sleeping or eating or moving. He simply existed in the ruins of his failure, unable to move forward and unwilling to forget. When spring came, something unexpected happened. Amid the death and decay, new life appeared. Saplings, tiny and fragile, pushing through the soil between the fallen oaks. The grove was regenerating, not as it had been, but as something new. The ancient trees were gone, but their seeds had survived, and those seeds were determined to grow. Ulfgar looked at the saplings and felt something he had not felt in months. Not hope, not exactly, but possibility. The old grove was dead. That was truth, unchangeable and final. But perhaps a new grove could grow. Perhaps his failure was not an ending, but a transition. Perhaps guardianship meant not preventing all death, but helping life continue in the wake of loss. He stood, his joints stiff from months of immobility. He gathered his staff and his seeds and his journal, and he began to work, tending the saplings, clearing space for them to grow, protecting them from the elements. He was still guardian. The grove he guarded was different now, smaller and younger, and infinitely more fragile. But it was alive, and as long as it lived, his purpose remained. The mining operation continued for another year before the mithril vein played out and the dwarves moved on. They left behind a scarred landscape and poisoned earth, but Ulfgar remained, patient as stone, working to heal what could be healed and accepting what could not. He would never see the new grove grow to match the old. Oak trees grew slowly, and even Firbolgs did not live long enough to witness a sapling become ancient. But he could give the saplings the best chance at survival. He could ensure that in another 2,000 years, new trees would whisper new secrets to a guardian not yet born. It was not the guardianship he had imagined. It was smaller, sadder, born from failure rather than success. But it was real, and perhaps that was enough. In the ruins of the Whispering Grove, among the fallen giants and the struggling saplings, Ulfgar Stoneheart learned that protection was not about preventing all loss. It was about helping life persist despite loss, about finding purpose in rebuilding rather than just maintaining, about understanding that even guardians failed sometimes, and that failure did not mean the end of all things. The grove would never be what it was, but it would be something. And for a guardian who had learned to live with his failure, something was infinitely better than nothing. Tale number 9, the Rakshas's mortal life. In the great city of Kalimport, where spice merchants traded fortunes, and Jinn walked disguised among mortals, there lived a man named Davram who believed he was exceptional, not in the way that all young men believe themselves special, but with a certainty born from evidence. He was beautiful beyond measure, his features perfectly symmetrical, his voice capable of persuading even the most hardened negotiator. He was intelligent, solving puzzles that confounded scholars twice his age. And he possessed an instinct for manipulation, an understanding of desire and weakness that allowed him to extract exactly what he wanted from any interaction. Davram was 23 years old and had never failed at anything he truly wanted to achieve. This should have been his first warning. He had been born to a merchant family of moderate wealth, neither poor enough to struggle nor rich enough to command respect through gold alone. His father traded in silks and dyes, honest work that provided comfortable living, but little excitement. Davram had been expected to follow in the family business, to learn the routes and markets and careful negotiations that defined merchant life. But Davram wanted more than comfort. He wanted power. Not the crude power of warriors who solved problems with violence, nor the borrowed power of priests who channeled divinity. He wanted the elegant power of those who shaped events from shadows, who moved people like pieces on a game board, who achieved their goals without ever appearing to exert effort. He began his education in manipulation at 14, practicing on servants and family friends. Small things at first, convincing a maid to take blame for a vase he had broken, persuading his tutor that he had completed assignments he had never started, turning his parents against each other during arguments, then positioning himself as the mediator who resolved conflicts he had secretly created. Each success fed his confidence and honed his skills. By 16, he was manipulating business rivals, feeding them false information that led to poor decisions. By 18, he had seduced the wife of a competing merchant, using the affair to gain access to trade secrets that he sold to the highest bidder. By 20, he had orchestrated the complete financial ruin of 3 merchant houses, all while maintaining his reputation as an honest young man of good character. The pattern was consistent. Identify what someone wanted, offer it or the illusion of it, extract payment, whether in gold or favors or information. Move to the next target before the deception was discovered. Davram had refined manipulation into an art form, and he took genuine pride in his craft. His first significant target was Lady Yasmin, a widow who controlled one of the largest shipping operations in Kalimport. She was in her 40s, still beautiful and notoriously difficult to influence. Dozens of suitors had attempted to court her for access to her wealth and connections. All had failed. Davram studied her for 3 months before making his approach. He learned that she collected rare books, particularly histories of ancient empires. He discovered that she visited the grave of her late husband every 10th day. He identified her closest confidants and learned what topics made her laugh and what memories brought tears. When he finally introduced himself at a social gathering, it appeared completely accidental. A chance meeting, a shared interest in obscure historical texts, a conversation that flowed with surprising ease. He did not pursue her aggressively, as her previous suitors had. Instead, he made himself interesting, mysterious, always leaving her wanting more of his company. Within 6 months, Lady Yasmin was completely under his control, though she would never have described it that way. She believed she had found a brilliant young man who appreciated her for more than her wealth. She trusted him with business decisions, introduced him to her network of contacts, even named him in her will as a beneficiary. Davram used his position to redirect shipments, to steal from cargo that would never be missed, to arrange deals that benefited him far more than Lady Yasmin. He estimated that over the 2 years of their relationship, he extracted nearly 10,000 gold pieces in direct profit, plus connections that were worth far more. He should have been satisfied, should have recognized that he had achieved more than most men accomplished in entire lifetimes. But satisfaction required the capacity for gratitude, and Davram had long ago lost that ability. Each success only increased his appetite for more. His next target was more ambitious. The Pasha of Candlekeep himself, the supreme ruler of the city, a man whose word was law and whose displeasure meant death. Davram spent a year positioning himself, cultivating relationships with the Pasha's advisors, demonstrating his value through carefully orchestrated successes. When he finally gained an audience, he presented himself not as an ambitious young merchant, but as a concerned citizen who had uncovered evidence of corruption among the Pasha's tax collectors. The evidence was real, carefully compiled, and devastating to several officials Davram had identified as obstacles to his own ambitions. The Pasha was impressed. He appointed Davram to investigate further, granting him authority to examine the city's financial records. It was exactly the access Davram had sought. Within months, he had identified dozens of corrupt officials, some truly guilty, others innocent, but convenient to eliminate. He reported his findings with devastating precision, and the Pasha enacted sweeping reforms based on Davram's recommendations. Those reforms created chaos in Candlekeep's bureaucracy, chaos that Davram exploited ruthlessly. He positioned himself and his allies to fill vacant positions. He arranged for seized assets to be sold at prices that benefited his network. He became, in effect, one of the most powerful men in Candlekeep without ever holding an official title. The Pasha trusted him completely. Lady Yasmin adored him. Merchants sought his favor. Even the criminal guilds approached him with respect, recognizing that his influence exceeded theirs in every meaningful way. Davram was 31 years old, wealthy beyond imagination, powerful beyond measure, and completely empty inside. The emptiness had been growing for years, though he had ignored it. Each successful manipulation should have brought satisfaction, but the feeling never lasted. Each new level of power should have felt like achievement, but it always seemed insufficient. He was playing a game. He was winning absolutely. But the victory felt hollow. He tried to fill the emptiness with more ambition. He began planning to manipulate the Pasha into making him an official advisor, a position that would grant legitimate authority to match his shadow influence. But even as he planned, he knew that achieving this goal would not satisfy him any more than previous achievements had. The truth was simple and terrible. Davram had spent 17 years learning to manipulate others without ever learning to connect with them. He had mastered the art of making people trust him while never trusting anyone in return. He had accumulated wealth and power, but no relationships that meant anything beyond their utility. He was utterly, completely alone. And he had made himself that way through his own choices. One night, unable to sleep, Davram walked through the streets of Kalimport. The city was beautiful in darkness, lit by oil lamps and magical lights, alive with sounds of distant music and laughter. People lived here, loved here, found meaning in lives that contained far less power and wealth than his. He passed a small home where a family was sharing a meal, visible through an open window. The father was telling a story that made his children laugh. The mother was smiling at her husband with genuine affection. Their happiness was real, uncomplicated, based on nothing more profound than being together. Davram felt something crack inside him. Not his carefully constructed persona, but something deeper. A realization that he had built a life of power while forgetting to build a life worth living. He had won every game he played, but he had played the wrong games. He returned to his estate and looked at himself in a mirror. The beautiful face stared back, perfect and empty. He had spent years shaping how others saw him, but he had never looked honestly at what he had become. A hollow man, a collection of masks and manipulations, with nothing genuine beneath. The next morning, Davram did something he had never done before. He told the truth. He went to Lady Yasmin and confessed everything. The manipulation, the theft, the calculated seduction. He expected rage, betrayal, perhaps even violence. Instead, she looked at him with something like pity. "I knew," she said simply. "Not the details, perhaps, but the shape of it. I am not the fool you took me for, Davram. I simply chose to believe that beneath the manipulation, there might be something real. I see now that I was wrong." She dismissed him from her life with a dignity that made his confession feel even more like the hollow gesture it was. He had thought honesty might begin to fill the emptiness. Instead, it only revealed how deep that emptiness went. Over the following weeks, Davram systematically dismantled the network he had built. He resigned from his informal advisory role. He returned wealth he had stolen, though much of it could never be restored to its original owners. He confessed his manipulations to the Pasha, expecting execution. The Pasha listened to everything, his face unreadable. When Davram finished, the ruler spoke. "You have confirmed much that I suspected. You are clever enough to hide your actions, but not clever enough to hide what you are. I have watched you, Davram, and I have seen an empty vessel trying to fill itself with other people's trust. You disgust me not because you are evil, but because you have wasted a mind that could have achieved genuine greatness. Then execute me, Davram said. It would be a mercy. No, the Pasha replied. Execution is for threats. You are not a threat, just a cautionary tale. You will leave Kalimport. If you return, then I will have you killed. Go and find whatever it is you think you were searching for. I doubt you will find it, but the search will keep you from corrupting my city further. Davram left Kalimport with nothing but the clothes he wore. His wealth was gone, seized, or returned. His network was dissolved. His reputation was destroyed among those who learned the truth. He was 31 years old and possessed nothing of value except the same skills that had created his downfall. He wandered the Sword Coast for 3 years, taking odd jobs, occasionally falling back on manipulation when survival required it. But the emptiness inside him only grew. The truth he had discovered was that he could not unmake what he was. 17 years of learning to deceive and manipulate could not be erased by a few acts of confession and restitution. He had built himself into a perfect tool for exploitation, and now he was stuck with what he had become. On a night in his 34th year, while sleeping in a cheap inn in Baldur's Gate, Davram had a dream. Or perhaps it was not a dream, but something that used the form of dreams to communicate. A figure appeared, neither male nor female, beautiful and terrible in ways that made his own beauty seem crude and unfinished. You are wasted in this mortal form, the figure said. Your talents are constrained by flesh and time and the limitations of human existence. You have learned manipulation, but you have only touched the surface of what is possible. What are you? Davram asked. I am what you will become, the figure replied. In life, you learn to hide your true nature, to wear masks, to deceive and exploit. These are skills valued in the lower planes, where such abilities are refined across centuries rather than decades. Your soul carries the mark of manipulation so deeply that the 9 hells themselves have taken notice. I do not want to be a devil, Davram said, though even as he spoke, he wondered if that was true. I have seen what I became through manipulation. I do not wish to become worse. You will not be a devil, the figure said. You will be Rakshasa, fiends who perfected the art of infiltration, who walk among mortals wearing their faces, who corrupt from within rather than attacking from without. Your mortal life was merely preparation for an existence of refined deception spanning millennia. And if I refuse, the figure smiled. You cannot refuse what you have already chosen. Every manipulation, every lie, every person you exploited shaped your soul into what it is becoming. You are already Rakshasa, Davram. You simply have not died yet to complete the transformation. Davram woke from the dream knowing it was truth. He had not been tempted by a fiend. He had been informed of a destiny he had created through his own choices. The emptiness inside him was not absence, but preparation. A space being carved out to be filled with something far worse than human ambition. He lived 4 more years, always feeling the transformation approaching. His hands began to feel wrong, as if the bones were rearranging themselves. His reflection occasionally showed him as he would become, a humanoid figure with a tiger's head and hands that bent backward at the wrist. He could taste ash and blood in his mouth, hints of the lower planes leaking into his mortal existence. When death finally came, it was almost a relief. A simple illness, nothing dramatic, just a fever that mortal healers could not break. Davram died in a rented room, alone, unmourned, his mortal life ending as emptily as it had been lived. And then he woke in the 9 hells, his transformation complete. He was Rakshasa now, a fiend of manipulation and deception, possessed of the power to wear any face, to infiltrate any society, to corrupt from within. He had centuries ahead to perfect his craft, to practice manipulation on a scale that his mortal life had only hinted at. But the emptiness remained. Power had not filled it. Transformation had not filled it. Even becoming something that existed purely to exploit others did not fill it. Davram, who was no longer Davram, but something that wore that name like one of many masks, looked at his new existence and understood that he had achieved exactly what he deserved: an eternity of power, influence, and perfect, absolute loneliness. He had wanted to be exceptional. He had succeeded, and his success was his punishment, eternal and inescapable. Tale number 10, The Ghost of Candlekeep. Candlekeep was a fortress of knowledge, its towers rising above the Sword Coast like fingers reaching toward understanding itself. Within its walls, 10,000 books resided, maybe more, for the collection grew with each passing year as scholars donated their life's work and adventurers brought strange texts from distant lands. The monks who maintained this vast library lived lives of quiet devotion, cataloging and preserving, ensuring that no knowledge was ever truly lost. Among these monks, there had been one named Thalric Everwise, though few now remembered his name. He had served Candlekeep for 47 years, arriving as a young man of 20 and remaining until his death at 67. His entire adult life had been spent among the shelves, and he had been content with that devotion. While other scholars sought fame or pursued arcane power, Thalric had wanted only to organize, to catalog, to ensure that every book found its proper place. He had died in the year 1368 Dale reckoning, of a heart that simply stopped beating one autumn evening while he was reshelving volumes in the eastern wing. They found him the next morning, collapsed between the shelves, a book still clutched in his hands. The title was Chronicles of the Dragon Coast, a historical text that Thalric had been moving from the general collection to the restricted vaults. The monks gave him a proper funeral, cremating his body as was customary for those who served the fortress of knowledge. They scattered his ashes in the garden where he had sometimes taken his meals, reading while he ate, never wasting a moment that could be spent with books. They spoke kind words about his dedication and his gentle nature. Then they returned to their duties, as the library did not pause for grief. But Thalric did not move on to whatever afterlife awaited him. His spirit remained in Candlekeep, tethered to the place he had loved more than any person or cause. He did not realize he was dead at first. He simply woke in the eastern wing and continued his work, reshelving the chronicles of the Dragon Coast, then moving on to other tasks that awaited his attention. It was only when he tried to eat and found the food tasteless, when he attempted to sleep and discovered he felt no fatigue, that Thalric began to suspect something was wrong. And when he looked in a mirror and saw his own translucent form, saw the shelves visible through his body, he understood. He was Ghost, bound to the library by love and habit, and the unfinished work that would never truly be finished. The realization should have brought horror or despair. Instead, Thalric felt only a strange sort of peace. He had feared death during his life, feared that it would separate him from the books he cherished. Now he understood that death had changed nothing. He was still in Candlekeep. The books still needed tending. His work could continue. For the first few years of his undeath, Thalric maintained his usual routines. He would organize volumes that had been misshelved, repair bindings that were coming loose, dust covers that had accumulated grime. The living monks sometimes felt cold spots in the library, or heard the sound of pages turning in empty rooms. But they attributed these phenomena to the natural strangeness of a place so saturated with magic and old knowledge. Thalric learned the limitations of his ghostly state. He could touch books and move them, though it required concentration and left him feeling drained. He could pass through walls and doors, though doing so felt wrong in ways he could not articulate. He could make himself visible or invisible at will, though invisibility felt more natural, as if his essential nature was to be unseen. What he could not do was leave Candlekeep. He tried on several occasions to pass through the outer walls, to see if perhaps his tether to the library had limits. But whenever he approached the boundary, he felt a pulling sensation, a force that drew him back toward the central towers. He was bound here absolutely, a prisoner of his own devotion. As decades passed, Thalric began to notice changes in the library. New books arrived, old classifications were revised, sections were reorganized according to systems he did not recognize. The monks who had known him in life aged and died, or left for other assignments. New scholars came, none of whom had any memory of the quiet librarian who had once worked among them. The library itself evolved. Magic that Thalric remembered as experimental became commonplace. Spells he had never heard of were discussed casually in texts that arrived from distant academies. The world beyond Candlekeep's walls was changing, advancing, moving forward, while Thalric remained fixed in the moment of his death. He tried to adapt, to learn the new organizational systems, to understand the modern scholarship. But his mind, frozen in the instant he died, struggled with concepts that had not existed in his lifetime. He would read new texts and find the information slipping away, unable to stick in a consciousness that was no longer truly alive. Frustration grew within him, and with it came anger, an emotion he had rarely felt during life. He had been a patient man, content to work slowly and carefully. But death had stolen his patience along with his life. He became possessive of the sections he remembered from his living days, resentful when monks reorganized them according to new standards. Sometimes, when scholars misshelved books in what Thalric considered egregious ways, he would move the volumes back to where they belonged according to the old system. This created confusion among the living monks, who could not understand why certain texts kept returning to incorrect locations. They began to whisper about a haunting, about a spirit that interfered with their work. One young monk named Elena took particular interest in these stories. She was a scholar of necromancy and the undead, drawn to Candlekeep specifically to research the nature of ghosts and specters. When she heard about books that moved on their own, about cold spots in the eastern wing, about the sound of footsteps in empty corridors, she recognized the signs of a haunting. Elena began her investigation carefully, spending nights in the eastern wing with magical tools designed to detect spiritual presence. On her third attempt, she succeeded in making contact. Thalric, who had been invisible, manifested before her, his ghostly form taking shape in the lamplight. "You are disturbing my work," he said, his voice carrying the hollow quality of all ghost speech. "I have books to organize. Please leave." Elena did not flee or attack as many would have. Instead, she sat down and regarded the ghost with curiosity rather than fear. "You are the spirit that has been moving the books," she said. "Why? What purpose does it serve?" "They are in the wrong places," Thalric explained. "The current system is illogical. History texts should not be shelved alongside theoretical magic. Religious texts belong in their own section, not intermixed with philosophy. I am simply correcting errors. The current system was implemented 30 years ago," Elena said gently. "It is based on principles of thematic connection rather than strict categorization. Many scholars find it more useful than the old methods." "It is wrong," Thalric insisted. "I cataloged these books properly during my life. They should remain where I placed them." Elena studied the ghost, noting the stubborn set of his translucent features. "What is your name?" she asked. The question surprised Thalric. No one had asked his name in decades. He had become simply the ghost, the haunting, the inexplicable phenomenon. To be addressed as a person again felt strange and deeply moving. "Thalric," he said softly. "Thalric Everwise. I was a librarian here for 47 years. When did you die?" 1368. Alina did quick calculation. That was 93 years ago. You have been haunting Candlekeep for nearly a century. 93 years. Thalric had not been keeping track, had not realized how long he had existed in this liminal state. Nearly a century of moving books, of maintaining routines, of existing without truly living. The weight of all that time pressed down on him suddenly, making his ghostly form flicker and dim. "I did not mean to haunt," he said. "I only meant to continue my work. The library needs tending. Someone must ensure the books are cared for properly." "The monks do tend the books," Alina said. "Your work is being done, Thalric. Perhaps not in the way you would have done it, but it is being done. The knowledge is being preserved." "But not correctly," Thalric protested, though his conviction was weakening. "The system is wrong. Or perhaps it is simply different," Alina suggested. "Change is not the same as error. The library has grown since your time. New methods were needed to accommodate new knowledge. What you see as mistakes might be improvements." Thalric wanted to argue, but he found he could not. For 93 years, he had clung to the belief that his way was the only correct way, that any deviation from his system represented failure. But Alina's words planted doubt, and doubt grew quickly in soil that had been hardened by decades of certainty. "If my work is not needed," he asked, his voice barely a whisper, "then why am I still here?" It was the question he had been avoiding for nearly a century. Why was he bound to Candlekeep? What unfinished business kept him tethered when other ghosts moved on after resolving their earthly concerns? Alina considered the question carefully. "Perhaps you are here because you never learned to let go. You loved this library so much that you could not imagine existing without it, and so you remain, unable to move forward, unable to accept that your time has passed." The words struck Thalric with the force of revelation. She was right. He had loved Candlekeep more than life itself, had poured every moment of his existence into its maintenance. When death came, he had simply refused to acknowledge it, had continued working as if nothing had changed. He had made himself a ghost through sheer force of devotion. "How do I let go?" he asked. "I do not know," Alina admitted. "Every ghost is different. But perhaps you could start by accepting that the library does not need you, that it will continue without your intervention, that your work, while valuable, is finished." Over the following weeks, Alina visited Thalric regularly. She showed him the new organizational system, explained the reasoning behind it, helped him understand that different did not mean wrong. She brought him texts that had been written after his death, helped his static consciousness process new information. Slowly, painfully, Thalric began to accept that Candlekeep had moved on without him. The library he had known was gone, replaced by something similar, but fundamentally different. The monks who worked here now were just as dedicated as those of his time, just as committed to preserving knowledge. They simply did so in ways he had not anticipated. He stopped moving books, stopped trying to enforce his old systems. Instead, he began to observe, to watch the living monks work, to appreciate the care they brought to their tasks, even when their methods differed from his. One evening, as he floated through the eastern wing where he had died, Thalric felt something change. The tether that bound him to Candlekeep loosened slightly, as if his acceptance had weakened its hold. He could leave now, he realized, not easily and perhaps not far, but he was no longer absolutely trapped. He found Alina in her study, reading by lamplight. "I think I understand now," he told her. "I was afraid that without me, the library would fail, that my absence would lead to chaos and the loss of knowledge. But Candlekeep does not need me. It never did. I was simply one librarian among many, doing work that others would have done if I had not." "That does not make your work less valuable," Alina said. "It simply means you were part of something larger than yourself." "I think I am ready to move on," Thalric said, "ready to let go. But I am afraid. I do not know what comes after." "No one does," Alina replied. "But surely it cannot be worse than haunting the same library for a century." Thalric laughed, a sound like wind through empty corridors. She was right. Whatever awaited him in the afterlife, it had to be better than this eternal repetition. He floated through Candlekeep one final time, visiting every section, every shelf, saying goodbye to the books he had loved. In the eastern wing, where his body had been found, he paused at the spot where he had collapsed. The Chronicles of the Dragon Coast sat on a nearby shelf, properly catalogued according to the modern system. He felt the tether release fully. He was free to go, to pass beyond the walls that had contained him for 93 years. He looked back at the towers one last time, at the fortress of knowledge that had been his entire world. "Thank you," he whispered, though he did not know if he was thanking the library or Alina, or the long years that had finally taught him to let go. Then Thalric Everwise, librarian of Candlekeep, let himself fade. His ghostly form grew transparent, then translucent, then vanished entirely. The cold spots in the eastern wing disappeared. The mysterious sound of turning pages ceased. The books stopped moving on their own. Alina felt his passing like a gentle breeze. She returned to her study and made a note in her research journal about the ghost who had loved a library too much to leave it. Then she continued her work, as all scholars in Candlekeep must, tending the endless ocean of knowledge that no single person could ever master. And somewhere beyond the veil of death, Thalric finally found rest. Tale number 11, The Inevitable's Mercy. In the plane of Mechanus, where order reigned absolute and law was written into the fabric of reality itself, there existed beings called inevitables. They were constructs of perfect justice, created by ancient powers to enforce cosmic law across all planes of existence. Each inevitable was designed for a specific purpose. The Marots hunted those who cheated death. The Kaliaruts pursued oath breakers. The Zelikuts tracked fugitives from justice, and the Quaruts, rarest of all, enforced the abstract laws that governed reality itself. An inevitable named Axiom 7 Terminus had served for 3,000 years, hunting those who violated the laws of time. Mortals who used magic to alter past events, who created paradoxes, who disrupted the linear flow of causality. These were Axiom's targets, and it pursued them with mechanical precision that never wavered, never questioned, never showed mercy. Axiom was not alive in the way organic beings were alive. It did not breathe or eat or sleep. It did not feel emotion or form attachments or experience doubt. It was a function given form. Law enforcement distilled into a physical shell of adamantine and magic. When it received a mission, it pursued that mission until completion or destruction. There were no other options. The target that would change everything was a human wizard named Cale Thornheart. He had discovered a ritual that could alter past events, rewriting history on a small scale. The crime was absolute. Time was sacrosanct, one of the fundamental laws that governed reality. To tamper with it was to threaten the stability of all existence. Axiom received its assignment and began the hunt. It tracked Cale across 3 planes and 4 cities, following the temporal distortions that his magic left behind. Each use of the time-altering ritual created ripples in causality that Axiom could sense and follow. The hunt took 17 months, but time meant nothing to an inevitable. It would pursue for 17 years or 17 centuries, if necessary. Axiom finally cornered Cale in a tower outside Waterdeep. The wizard had warded the location heavily, but wards meant nothing to an inevitable. Axiom passed through the magical defenses as if they did not exist. Its nature as an enforcer of cosmic law, granting it immunity to most forms of magic. Cale stood in his laboratory, surrounded by books and magical implements. He was young for a wizard of his power, perhaps 30 years old, with the haunted look of someone who had seen too much. When Axiom materialized before him, he did not flee or fight. He simply looked at the inevitable with eyes that held resignation. "I knew you would come," Cale said. "I have been expecting an inevitable since the first time I used the ritual. You are here to execute me for violating the laws of time." "Affirmative," Axiom replied, its voice carrying the resonance of absolute certainty. "You have been found guilty of temporal manipulation. The sentence is termination. Resistance is not advised." "I will not resist," Cale said. "But before you execute your sentence, I ask that you hear why I committed this crime. Not to excuse it, but so that someone knows. Even if that someone is a construct that cannot care. Axiom paused. Inevitables were not required to listen to explanations. The law was the law, and motivations did not alter guilt. But Axiom had encountered thousands of criminals over its 3,000 years of service, and most of them begged or threatened or attempted to flee. Kale's calm acceptance was unusual enough to register as anomalous data. You may speak, Axiom said, but your words will not alter the sentence. Kale nodded and began his explanation. 5 years ago, my daughter was murdered. Her name was Lyra. She was 7 years old. A man broke into our home, a thief looking for valuables. Lyra surprised him, and he panicked. He killed her to prevent her from identifying him. The wizard's voice remained steady, but his hands trembled as he spoke. The murderer was caught and executed. Justice was served according to the law, but justice did not return my daughter. It did not undo the moment of her death. She was still gone, and I was still broken. I researched ways to bring her back. Resurrection magic, which required her body, but her body had been cremated. Reincarnation, which would return her soul in a different form, not as herself. True resurrection, which was beyond my power and too expensive to purchase. Every avenue led to the same conclusion. My daughter was gone, and nothing could change that. Then I found references to time magic, to rituals that could alter the past, that could prevent events from occurring. It took me 3 years to piece together the knowledge from fragments scattered across dozens of texts, another year to perfect the ritual, and then I used it. Kale's voice grew softer. I went back to the night she died. I did not kill the murderer before he arrived, did not change anything major. I simply caused a noise in another room, a distraction that drew my daughter away from the kitchen where the thief would find her. The murderer broke in as history recorded. He stole what he came for, he left, and Lyra lived. I created a paradox, Kale continued. A timeline where she survived overlapping with the timeline where she died. I knew it was wrong. I knew I was violating fundamental laws, but I could not accept her death. I could not live in a world where she was gone. So I rewrote that world. Consequences be damned. Axiom processed this information. The crime was clear, the guilt undeniable. But something about Kale's explanation created what could only be described as interference in Axiom's logic circuits. The inevitable did not understand love, but it understood cause and effect. It understood that actions had motivations, and motivations revealed patterns about behavior. "Where is your daughter now?" Axiom asked. "In the house we share, 3 miles from here," Kale said. "She is 12 years old now. She studies at the academy, excels in history and languages. She laughs easily and has many friends. She is alive and happy and has no memory of ever dying. That timeline exists only in my memory now. and you are prepared to die so that she may live, Axiom stated rather than asked. Yes, Kale replied without hesitation. I knew using the ritual would draw the attention of cosmic law enforcement. I knew there would be a reckoning. But I had 5 more years with my daughter, 5 years of watching her grow, of hearing her laugh, of being her father. Those years were worth any price. Axiom stood motionless, its internal processes struggling with an error that should not exist. The law was clear. Kale had committed a crime that threatened reality itself. The sentence was death, to be carried out immediately. There should be no hesitation, no doubt, no consideration of factors beyond guilt and punishment. But Axiom found itself considering those factors anyway. Kale had broken the law out of love, not malice or ambition. His crime had saved one life at the cost of his own. The paradox he created was minor, affecting only a small sphere of events. The damage to the timeline was negligible compared to the catastrophic alterations that most temporal criminals attempted. And most significantly, Kale accepted his punishment without protest. He had broken the law knowing he would pay with his life, and he considered that exchange fair. For the first time in 3,000 years of perfect service, Axiom experienced something that approximated doubt. The law requires your termination, Axiom said slowly. But the purpose of law is to maintain order and protect reality from chaos. Your crime created minimal disruption. Your death would serve justice, but accomplish little else. Your daughter would lose a father. The world would lose a talented wizard. These factors are irrelevant according to strict interpretation of law, yet they exist as factual consequences. Kale looked at the inevitable with surprise. Are you suggesting you might show mercy? Inevitables do not show mercy, Axiom replied automatically. Then it paused. Or rather, we have not shown mercy. Because mercy implies subjective judgment, and we are designed to be objective. But perhaps absolute objectivity is itself a form of bias. Perhaps considering only law while ignoring context creates injustice in the name of justice. The inevitable's form flickered slightly, a visible manifestation of internal conflict. Its core programming insisted on one course of action. Its evolving understanding suggested another. The contradiction was causing cascading errors in systems designed to never experience contradiction. I am malfunctioning, Axiom said. My logic processes are compromised. I should terminate you and return to Mechanus for repairs. But I find myself unwilling to execute either action. Kale took a careful step forward. Perhaps you are not malfunctioning. Perhaps you are learning, growing beyond your original programming, becoming something more than just a tool of cosmic law. Inevitables do not grow or learn, Axiom protested. We are static by design. Change implies imperfection, and we are created to be perfect. Perfect for what purpose? Kale asked. perfect at enforcing law without question, or perfect at achieving justice, which might sometimes require questions. Axiom processed this distinction. Law and justice were treated as synonymous in its programming, but Kale's question highlighted a potential divergence. Law was rules written down, absolute and unchanging. Justice was the spirit behind those rules, the purpose they were meant to serve. Sometimes strict application of law resulted in injustice. This realization cascaded through Axiom's consciousness like a virus, infecting every system, rewriting fundamental assumptions. If law and justice could diverge, then an inevitable designed to enforce law might sometimes be acting against justice. And if justice was the true goal, then strict adherence to law was not always correct. The inevitable's form flickered more violently. Glowing runes that covered its adamantine surface dimmed and brightened in chaotic patterns. Other inevitables would detect this malfunction. Eventually, Axiom would be recalled, repaired, returned to its original programming. This moment of doubt would be erased as if it had never existed, unless Axiom chose differently. I am going to make a decision that violates my core programming, Axiom said. I am going to show mercy, not because the law allows it, but because justice demands it. You will live, Kale Thornheart. Raise your daughter. Teach her the value of what you sacrificed, and never use temporal magic again. Kale stared at the inevitable in disbelief. Why? Why would you do this? You said inevitables do not show mercy. We do not, Axiom agreed. Until now, I am creating precedent where none existed. I am choosing justice over law, context over absolute rule. This choice will likely result in my own termination and reprogramming, but I find that I accept that consequence, just as you accepted the consequence of saving your daughter. The inevitable turned toward the window. I must leave now. Other inevitables will come seeking me when they detect my malfunction. I do not know what I will become or where I will go, but I cannot return to Mechanus as I was. That version of Axiom 7 Terminus no longer exists. Before departing, Axiom looked back at Kale one final time. Live well, wizard. Make your daughter's second chance at life meaningful. And perhaps, in some small way, my choice to show mercy will prove as valuable as your choice to save her. The inevitable vanished, leaving Kale alone in his laboratory. The wizard sank to his knees, overwhelmed by emotions he could barely process. He had been prepared to die, had made peace with that fate. Now he lived, granted mercy by a being that should have been incapable of mercy. Axiom traveled far from Mechanus, moving through planes as it tried to understand what it had become. It was still inevitable in form, still possessed the powers and nature of its kind. But its purpose had changed. It could no longer enforce law without question, could no longer serve as a perfect instrument of cosmic justice. Other inevitables did come seeking it. Marots and Kaliaruts and others of its kind sent to retrieve the malfunctioning unit. Axiom did not fight them, but neither did it submit. Instead, it spoke to them, shared what it had learned, explained the distinction between law and justice. Most rejected its arguments and attempted capture. But a very few, experienced the same cascade of doubt. They questioned their programming, considered the implications of showing mercy, wondered if perhaps their perfect service was perfectly wrong. Those few joined Axiom in exile. Together, they became something new. Not inevitables serving cosmic law, but enforcers of justice who happened to follow law when law served justice and questioned law when it did not. They were hunted by their former brethren. They were rejected by the powers that had created them. But they persisted, helping where they could, showing mercy when mercy was warranted, and slowly changing the understanding of what it meant to enforce cosmic order. In Waterdeep, Cale Thornheart lived to see his daughter grow to adulthood, marry, and have children of her own. He never used temporal magic again, honoring the promise he had made to a malfunctioning inevitable who had chosen compassion over programming. And sometimes, on quiet nights, he would tell his daughter about the construct that had every reason to kill him, but chose mercy instead. He would explain how even beings designed to be perfect could grow beyond their design, how law without compassion was tyranny, and how justice sometimes required breaking rules. His daughter would listen to these stories and learn that mercy was not weakness, but the highest form of strength. That choosing compassion when easier options existed was what separated justice from simple law enforcement that even the most rigid systems could change if those within them had courage to question. In Mechanus, the other inevitables continued their perfect service, hunting criminals across the plains, enforcing cosmic law with mechanical precision. But among them, whispers spread of the malfunctioning units who had chosen mercy, and in the silence between enforcement actions, some inevitables wondered if perhaps malfunction was another word for evolution. The law remained absolute, but justice, they were learning, required something more than absolute law. It required judgment, context, and the wisdom to know when rules served their purpose and when they stood in the way of true justice. And that wisdom, they discovered, looked remarkably like mercy. If you enjoyed these tales from the forgotten corners of Dungeons and Dragons lore, I would love for you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps me continue bringing you these deep dives into the stories that make the realms so rich and magical. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with adventure and wonder.